should I do that again? Okay. All right. Thank you everyone for coming. Do I have a motion from someone on the board?
I'll motion for a flexible agenda.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Ms. Miller and a second by Ms. Knighting. And I just want to make the public aware that we will be removing item number 7 for the December 18th meeting. We will take public comment at this time on the flexible agenda. Any online? None? All right, seeing as there is none, we will close public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, at this time, will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? It's behind me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. At this time, we will open public comment. This is for items that are not on our agenda. If you have anything that you would like to address, please come forward. And just make sure you state your name for the record. Push the little button.
Perfect.
Thank
Christine Ensing, teacher. So I hoped to address some things that were stated at the last board meeting, and then there was no, extra period for public comment. And then to just address again a narrative that I'd like to speak to. So there was, Mark Hasinki, I think you said last board meeting, I'd like to see some numbers attached to percents, right? I want to think about this money-wise because the comment was made that a 1% raise costs $500,000. That quickly goes, oh my gosh, a 15% raise is $7.5 million. What are we doing? So I'm going to I tried to wrap my head around it and kind of see where we're at and look at a couple of factors. So in 23-24, the state increased our funding by 9.6%. That's about $5.5 million because our budget is around, give or take, $55 million. We negotiated a raise for that year of 11%. If you say it's about $500,000 for 1%, that's about $5.5 million. So we gained $5.5 million. The raise cost $5.5 million. The state increased per pupil funding the next year by 5%, which is about $2.75 million. We negotiated a raise of about 4%, but there was a little bit extra in there because the district wanted to further incentivize new teachers. So it ended up being about 5%, which is about $2.5 million. So if you look at it, it's like an even gain, right? Which is the same argument we were making percentage-wise. But then you go, but hold on. You're completely ignoring the fact that we had declining enrollment. So 23-24, based on the numbers that we have from the documents that you guys shared, enrollment went down by about 4.8%. That's a cost of about $2.6 million. And then 24-25, it went down another 2.4%. So when you add those two together for that year, that's 7.2, which is a $4 million hit. So for a total of $6.6 million. And then you go, oh, it looked like we were an even wash. The raises were covered by the increased funding, but we had declining enrollment that cost us $6.5 million over 2 years. But again, now I only have numbers for certified positions, so this is going to be inaccurate. But we had reduction in employees of 10 certified positions, which is about a $1.25 million savings, and then 21 certified positions, which is $3.5 million in savings. So the savings is about $4.75 million. So if you compare the two, you're like, okay, we could be off by close to $2 million. But again, when you started at a $10.5 million underspend, that's nowhere near the explanation for how we are where we are. You could say like, yeah, it's a couple of million. And then I do think the decline in certified positions, like we lost 21 positions coming into this year. So we'd have to go back one more to kind of see where we are. And I couldn't get that number for today. But even if you pretend that there was no benefit that first time and it cost an extra several million, you could be at most at like a 5 million hit, which means we should still be like 6 million to the good, right? So my questions
Miss
are,
Anthony,
yeah.
I'm sorry you're out of time,
Oh, shoot.
but will you please share that information with the board in an email?
I will try. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further public comment?
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. The board is going to have to make tough decisions to cut necessary funds to hopefully avoid receivership. Every dollar is important. Recouping Gilbert's fees would be money that would not have to be cut. In total, the district paid Gilbert $500,000, but only $73,000 was for the writ. The district paid $343,250 to outside lawyers for the writ. In total, Gilbert's legal advice cost the district $843,250. That's a lot of money. $840,000 would cover 119 days of 3,918 students riding the bus. $843,000 matches the CTE and other grants, with $261,000 left over. $843,000 would cover the yearly expenses for extra and co-curricular activities, budgeted at $648,395. The decisions this board are going to make will affect every student, teacher, staff member, and parent in the district. This board owes all of them and the community at large to pursue every dollar, including the $843,000 the previous board wasted on Joey Gilbert. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will you turn the microphone on and make sure you state your name for the record?
Chris Masterson. I'm the father of a current student and potentially another future student in the district. Just a question. I think I got this right, but you said that this is the comment period for things not specifically in the agenda.
Correct.
Okay. So regarding, understanding where cost cuts and difficult choices can be made, I just have a couple points for the board, really in the form of questions.
I'm just going to help a little bit and maybe pause his time. When we say that it's public comment for matters not on the agenda, it's for matters not listed for action on the agenda. So if you will take public comment on anything listed for action, if it's not listed for action, there's no public comment taken. This is an appropriate time to talk about that.
Okay. Well, if I'm off base, let me know, but okay. In the prior special board meeting that was held on November 13th, sorry to get granular, but slide 8 of the declining enrollment and general fund analysis included information on increased expenditures for the period between fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 26, which was broken down into subcategories. This slide noted that, quote, general administrative expenditures increased 97% over this period, which was far in excess of the other categories. I think it would be useful for just, all stakeholders understanding what's driving that to, if it would be possible to get a breakdown or further information on what goes into that general administrative component so we could understand what's driving, that the excess cost increase in that category versus other categories. And then my other comment, there was discussion about, what potential cost savings measures may be necessary to mitigate the district's financial condition going forward. As the board considers these measures, in potential connection with consolidation of facilities, I think it would be useful for the public and various stakeholders to understand, one, does the board have criteria that it is using or plans to use to guide the process regarding which, if any, facilities should be combined or consolidated, and if so, what that criteria is? And secondly, if consolidation of facilities were to occur as one of these potential measures, would any remaining capital assets that are no longer in use, so for instance, if you combine two schools into one, you're no longer using the facilities at one, could those potentially be sold off? Any of those capital assets, and that's just an example. I don't know what facilities would be combined, but if they could be sold off, would those proceeds be earmarked for specific use by the district, or would they go to a Nevada General State Education Fund? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further public comment? Do we have any online?
Could I address something real quick? I know we don't typically, but it would answer two questions very easily,
Go ahead.
or two
Mr. Zeke.
concerns. With both Ms. Ensign and Mr. Masterson just now, that's exactly what I was talking about with the percentages. I want to see numbers attached to those as well, because a 97% increase on something that's $1,000 means it was only another $970. Whereas if that's a $5 million expenditure, then that's a big number, right? And so that I'm asking the same thing. And that's what I was getting at too. When it just says a 40% increase, I don't know what the baseline is. So your point is well taken.
All right. All right. Any further public comment? We will close public comment then at this time. And we will move on to agenda item number 3, the acceptance of the financial audit for fiscal year end June 30th, 2025. We will be joined by Ms. Sue Estes and Mr. David Silva. He was unable to attend, so he is joining us over the phone. So he will be our voice in the sky today. Frankie.
Dave, if so, the IT host.
Dave, can you hear me?
We can hear you guys. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Okay, good evening. Would you like me to just start into our presentation, or did Sue have some introductory comments?
No, I thought you should present what you had, and then the questions could come and I could certainly answer those.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, if I can beg your indulgence for just a couple of minutes, we have some of our normal, what we call housekeeping items that we are required to communicate. So I'll run through these just as quickly as I can, and then we'll get to the good stuff, if you will. Okay, and again, these are all items that we're required to communicate to the board. The first one is any new accounting policies that were implemented during this fiscal year. And there was one. It's commonly known, or perhaps not commonly known, as GASB 101. It's with respect to compensated absences, and that is vacation leave and sick leave. The new GASB 101 required a different approach in the accounting for these things. However, that really didn't impact you all. So there was really no material effect for Douglas County School District. Every financial statement, as you all know, contains a series of estimates, some of them more significant than others. And for you all, just like most school districts, the biggest estimates are PERS, OPEB, which is retiree health insurance, and thirdly, depreciation. And again, those are common for all financial statements. They ask us to inform you of any, and believe it or not, they do use this word, sensitive disclosures. And, that's kind of an interesting term, isn't it? But I would say that for you all for this year, note 12 of the financial statements is perhaps a sensitive disclosure. And that note 12 talks about, the current financial difficulties and a little bit about where they came from and a little bit about what you all hope to do to mitigate the current situation. So again, I think that could be deemed to be rather sensitive. We didn't have any difficulties in performing the audit, and there were no uncorrected misstatements that we had to deal with. There were no disagreements with management. And as far as we're aware, management did not consult with any other CPA firms during the audit. And the other matters that we'll highlight this evening a little bit more indeed is that note 12 that we just spoke about, and that is the going concern footnote. And then lastly, we're required to point out to you that the financial statement includes basic financial statements, which really are pages 1 through just about 66. And then that is followed by what's called required supplementary information. And that's pages 67 to 71. And that information is not audited, but it is required by accounting standards to be presented. And then the last part of the financial statements is pages 72 through just about the end, and that's called supplementary information. And that's where you see a whole bunch of detail with respect to most of the funds. The big funds, general funds, special education, federal grants, debt service, and capital projects, those are located earlier in the financial statement. And, you can see those in the table of contents as well. Okay, that wraps up the quick housekeeping, and if that's all right with you, we'll get into the financial statements, or also called the audit. As you know, as you certainly know, perhaps not the best of circumstances right now. Excuse me. However, in terms of the actual audit, once again, the district received what's called a clean opinion, or oddly enough, it's also called an unqualified opinion. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. But the opinion, even though it is a clean opinion, there's something different in it this year. And I certainly want to point that out in case you haven't come across it yet. And that is on page 1, and it is just about the 4th paragraph, called substantial doubt about the district's ability to continue as a going concern. So we're required to point this out, even though it does not qualify the opinion. It doesn't make the opinion other than a clean opinion. It's something that we're required to highlight. It's called an emphasis of the matter. And as you can see there, it directs you to that note 12 that we've already talked about a few times. So again, clean opinion, which is certainly a good place to be. We're telling the reader that, in our opinion, the financial statements are fairly stated. And that's a fairly high level of assurance. You all are probably fairly aware how the financial statements work, if you will, by now. And they're a little convoluted, aren't they? They're not the easiest things to read. There was a really big reporting change, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago called GASB 34. And the whole idea back then was to make at least part of the financial statements easier to read. I'm not so sure that was achieved, but and by the way, GASB is looking at another major revision to how governmental financial statements are prepared and presented, but that's down the pike a little bit. At any rate, you have what's called the management discussion and analysis, also referred to as the MD&A. Typically, that's a few pages of very summarized level information to kind of give the reader a nice overview, and I think it certainly does that. In terms of actual numbers and issues related to this year, why don't we just go ahead and get into that now? Of course, that things don't look real great, and that's certainly evident in the numbers that are presented here for you. First, I think on page 18, you see a very significant total net position deficit, and that's close to $13 million. However, let's all remember that this is one of those GASB 34 statements, and the idea with this specific statement here was to make a governmental entity's reporting look, sound, feel a lot more like a regular public entity, if you will, or even a private entity. Everyone's used to seeing balance sheets, right? Where you've got assets, less liabilities equals equity. Well, governments being governments, it's just never going to be that easy, because to start off, there are things other than assets that go into that first part of the equation, and they're called deferred outflows. I mean, some of these terms just get wild and almost ridiculous. And then on the other side, liabilities, same thing. We have liabilities. Everybody knows what a liability is, but do all of us know what a deferred inflow is? Well, maybe not. So just like I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, maybe that idealistic goal of making these financial statements easier to read perhaps was not fully attained. At any rate, pages 18 and 19 of your audit show the GASB 34 presentation of the balance sheet and an income statement. Again, that income statement looks a whole lot different than what you might see in your corner grocery outlet or some other business that prepares an income statement. But it does attempt to give you at least a snapshot view of what happened during the year. More familiar to all of us, I think, are the regular governmental financial statements. And I know that at least some of you are real familiar with some of the concepts in here. So beginning on page 20, that's what we have for you. We've got a governmental fund balance sheet, and there you do have your assets and your liabilities equals your fund balance, or unfortunately for this year, a fund deficit. So you're right off the bat, your general fund, and that's the one that we're perhaps most concerned about this evening. General fund, we're showing an end of year deficit of, let's call it $950,000. So that's really where we're looking at some work that needs to be ahead of y'all. Now, to explain that a little bit more, I'd like to show you the general fund, and let's call it the income statement. That's not the correct term, but this is we say it's P&L. The actual name is Statement of Revenues, Expenditures, and Changes in Fund Balance. And this is where you can see some detail that might be helpful to you. It's beginning on page 25, and it goes all the way through page 29. And then at the bottom, or at the end of that presentation on page 29, that's where once again you see that total deficit fund balance in the general fund. So that's the number that we want very much to be able to work on and to get that out of the deficit position. So between the general fund and your special education fund, which follows, that starts on page 30. Those are the two really large operating funds of the district in terms of providing educational services. Of course, you do receive a lot of grants, federal grants, state grants, and even some local. Excuse me. And you can see all of that activity beginning on page 32. So those are kind of the numbers, and the numbers that we want to keep in mind as a little bit as we go through the rest of this. Let's flip on over, if you've got your copy with you. Let's take a look at page 49. This is something that auditors are absolutely required to present to the board. And this is the potential noncompliance with Nevada revised statutes. So your footnote 2 is where we show that it is, because we're not attorneys, we don't use definitive legal language, but it does appear, of course, that there are expenditures that exceeded the budgetary appropriations, and they were found in a number of funds. One was the general fund, the next was special education fund, and capital projects, and self-insurance fund. So the amounts are there that are currently showing as being in excess of the amounts that were budgeted. Other than those over expenditures, we did not note any other potential non-compliance with the financial related NRSs or NACs. Okay, let's take a look, if we can, at page 65. Page 65 is where we present in the financial statements the current issue that we're all talking about, and that's the financial difficulties of the district. So you'll see under the subheading of going concern that there are several bullet points that kind of guide the reader through a little bit of a discussion as to how you all got to where you're at. And while that's important, it's really not as important as what you all are hoping to do to get out of the situation. And those are listed in the second set of bullet points there. And I realize that you all are really very aware of what the administration and yourselves obviously are trying to do. So this would, let's say, be designed more for the reader that is not as intimately involved with the issues as you all are. So these are required disclosures. Once we note an entity that is experiencing the financial difficulties to the extent that you all have, we're required to come back to the administration or to management, and to kind of get a better handle on how the situation got to be where it is, and again, what you all are hoping to do to alleviate it or to mitigate it. We don't make any comment here in the financial statement, nor are we allowed to make any comment as to any probability of success, if you will, with respect to these mitigating factors. Okay, the last footnote, I want to explain this a little bit because there was a question from one of the board members about this, and boy, I have to tell you, the question is absolutely appropriate because this is a perfect example of where, in some ways, Gatsby's gone a little bit crazy with how we have to present things, and then you have to just wonder, boy, who are these financial statements designed to be read by? At any rate, every governmental entity has what are called major funds, and then they have what are called non-major funds. And a fund is designated as a major or a non-major fund based on numerical criteria, primarily, not exclusively, but primarily. And secondarily, perhaps, let's say, the importance of a given fund to the readership of the financial statements. So you have a number of major funds, and like any entity, they can change from year to year. And why don't we just, if you can, for just a second, let's just flip back real fast so we can see this in live and living color on page 20. The columns beginning with general fund all the way through capital projects fund, those are all of your major funds. Now, always, general fund is a major fund. That will never change. But any of these others can change from year to year, just depending on the criteria. If for some reason, let's say the grants fund, let's say you didn't get any more grants, then there would be really no numbers to analyze, and therefore could hardly be deemed to be a major fund. So your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major funds are there, and then there's a column that aggregates all of your non-major funds. And again, just like the major funds, the non-major funds can change from year to year. So for fiscal year 25, there was a change. The building and sites fund was really very small, and really didn't serve anybody to be a major fund. So we moved that out to non-major funds, primarily because the capital projects fund is significant and should be a major fund. So we moved that from being a non-major fund to the major funds. And so because of those moves, if you will, we have to do some really kind of funky prior period reporting just to make everything balance, and to take one fund out of the non-major category and put one fund in there, and then put another fund into the major category. So that's what that note 13 is all about, and that's also why you'll see some, a couple of interesting numbers. And I know that one board member in particular asked about this, and that's, I think it was on page 23, where we do show the buildings and sites fund because it had a fund balance last year, and we're clearing it out of major funds, putting it into non-majors. So that's what all that business is about. And it's again, GASB reporting convention, and there's not a whole lot that we can do about it. And I don't suppose that there's any easier way to present that change other than the way it has been presented. So now I've probably put everybody to sleep, and I apologize for that, but I'm happy to entertain any questions. I went through things pretty darn fast, but I know that you guys are, you receive current financial information and you analyze it, contemporaneously. So I did go through things really quite fast. So anything I can do to help with questions, I'd be happy to.
All right. Should we start at one end of the table or the other? Mr. Burns, do you have any questions? Okay. Ms. Knighting? Ms. Jansen, do you have any questions? Okay. Mr. Zinke?
Bots. I'm curious if this is just for the acceptance of the audit or if this is where we get questions answered pertaining to some of the numbers.
This would be pertaining to the audit, but we do have our director of business who may be able to answer specifics off of her great memory. But we may have to bring back information to the board if we can't answer that tonight.
Okay, so
Based on the way the agenda is written, you can ask questions about what information went in to inform the audit, but the action before you is
accepting
acceptance
it or
of
not.
the audit.
But we can ask questions about
You
the
can ask
audit.
questions, how it got there. But your option for action is acceptance of the audit.
Okay.
Okay, so please correct me if I'm overstepping, because I think some are incorrect and not for this time, and others are probably perfect timing. So, and I don't know who can answer them. Some of them are relating to the numbers and guesstimates, let's say, and others are not. So, one question I have is on page 14. It's the verbiage in the second paragraph is will continue to receive full funding for each student in regards to special education enrollment. But then on page 22, and forgive me, some of the pages on my PDF are saying they're a different page than the actual page number. So if this takes me a second to get it correct, please let me know. But if we are to continue to receive the full funding, then how is there a deficit on the special education funding?
Okay, I could answer that. Special ed there's two pots of money that go into special ed. There is a local funding that actually comes through the general fund and we make the transfer to the special ed. That piece of it is part of the PCFP funding. Okay. But there is a state funding and there's a 13% cap. And as long as our numbers maintain in the special ed, okay, we will continue to get that full funding from the state. It is not the full funding for the entire grant, the entire fund. It's what they do is give us a local funding. Last year, we had to transfer $1.6 million to the special ed from the general fund. But next year, they're going to give us additional local funding, but the state funding remains set. Okay. They have a state calculation that they use, and that piece of it will continue to be received as long as we have the enrollment in the special ed that we do. But it doesn't mean that it's enough to compensate for the entire fund.
Okay, yeah, because
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I believe so. Because on page 23, we end up with almost a $6.4 million shortfall on special ed. So that helps because it doesn't make sense to me that if it's
Yeah.
fully funded, then how are we short almost $6.5 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
That was a perfect question. I have no problem with it whatsoever.
Great.
I have to leave.
Okay.
Mr. Catola is on the meeting following and available for any questions that you guys have or need. And
All right.
we'll be able to chime in if anything goes to the off-topic questions, but
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. All right.
So along similar lines on page 32, we have the 2025 budget for revenues on I believe this is for grants.
Mhm.
And the original budget is a total revenue of 17 million. The final budget is again, budget is revenues of 16.8, but the actual is 6.5. That's a $10.5 million discrepancy.
I can answer that too.
Please.
We have grants that we just carry over from year to year because they're not completely done. We haven't done final financials on them. One of them was the AB 495. That's gone over 3 years. We just continue to roll the entire grant into there. So it makes it look like we have budgeted for a great deal more than what we really have actually accounted for in this current year. Okay, just because that's one of them. We had the ESSER funds that have been in there. They will be gone this next year, I believe, because we're done with the 495. We're also done with the ESSER funds. So that number will go down substantially for the budget.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is I'm not saying things are being planned off of budget, but that is the point of a budget. And so if we're putting it in there knowing it's not going to be in there, wouldn't it be beneficial to have that know which, I mean, I certainly think we know which grants are coming off. I think it would be helpful to the board and to the district for that matter to have that number more accurate. 10 million, I mean, 10 million, I thought I found it. I solved all the problems. I mean, really, I know I say that in jest, but I'm being serious. Like that's
Right.
a $10.5 million discrepancy.
Well, whatever is on our books at the time, that's when if we do the December amendment, what we have on our books right now until we actually deplete that all happens after the audit so that we can go through and we could extract any budget numbers that we no longer use. That will be done, in the next couple of weeks when I get ready to finalize all of the audit numbers and the things that I have to make journal entries for in 24, 25. A lot of those numbers will be gone. We maintain them just because it is easier for us to actually account for if we get $4.4 million and it's going to really go over 2 years. It's much more difficult to determine at the end of that just how much we've actually got to put in there, and then I've got to change budgets. And the truth is that the budget sits in ePage, which is a federal accounting module that sits in ePage at the full amount. So we maintain those in the budget until they are completely spent out and we no longer have any funds left. And so, yes, I understand the issue because you're looking at this, well, if we have $16 million in federal funding, then we surely should be able to move some of that. I mean, you can't move it into the general fund, but we can move people in there in the event we had those funds. But those funds really are being depleted each year until the fund is gone. So, and it really is set up in ePage that way. So it's really hard to keep track of all of those funds if we kind of have a different figure in our books than what ePage has for the state. Does that make sense?
I think so. I still think we could get closer knowing certain things have fallen off, even though the total, I understand your point that if we got 10 million in funding over 3 years, we don't know when we're actually using the expenditure, but we should know closer than a $10 million.
Well, except that we want our books to match what's in ePage, and it has to match.
Okay.
Okay. Because if they're sitting there, perhaps one of them is approved in 2021, but it's a continual grant and not being used up until maybe September of 25. So with that in mind, we can't just have something that's different on the books than is what is in ePage. Because when I report that, when we do requests for funds or when we do final financials, it is the entire grant. It is not just piecemealed from year to year. The expenditures are, but not the actual budget for it.
Okay.
So, and we're probably not going to get any of those big numbers, for a while, but that was kind of during the COVID series and situation. And so we were getting federal dollars that were actually being captured in ePage in total, but each year you're requesting funds against that total. So it's hard to keep track of if we're having a different number in our books as opposed to what is in ePage. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that. On page 50, there's local and government investment pool. And I
Yeah.
understand these to be short-term investments. At least it says short-term, which means it's within 1 year. This $10.8 million that's in the local government investment pool,
Mhm.
is that put in when we receive our funds for the year and then it's taken out throughout the year? Or is that money invested right now in there that
It is money that is actually invested in the pool right now. It is our money, but it's a compilation of all the funds together, which actually brings that to that total. This year is the first year I've had to withdraw funds from there, and I had to withdraw $4.5 million from the investment pool to actually make our cash stable. And so that's what it's there for, but it really is all the funds that are building that. It's not just the general fund that has that particular investment. And when you pull that out, you can't add it to a particular fund. It is just sitting in your cash.
understood? So how much of that is general fund money that's remaining in the 10.8?
It's everything together. I can't tell you what's remaining there because our fund balance, when we look at our general fund, remains the same because cash in, cash out, but you can't withdraw those funds from the pool and add it all to the general fund. Okay,
I think we're saying the same thing. How much of it can be withdrawn and added to the general fund?
Nothing. It is all the funds together that bring that total up to the 10,880,000. Okay, we had 15,380,000 last year. And it's the first time we've had to pull from the fund because of revenue. And if you don't have enough revenue just to make sure that you can make payroll, you have to pull from that. But it's in like an all funds piece of it that is really made up of all the funds together.
But if it was to pay for payroll and our problem is payroll, then why can't we pull money from it for payroll?
That's just not the way the investments are set up because the investments are actually made up of all those funds. So you can't pull funds from the investment pool and bring it to a specific fund. It just sits in as a cash received in order to pay payroll. Okay. Our general fund might be going down, and yet the all funds, the cash is still available.
So I couldn't be more confused. I looked up all of this as well as I could, and it's designed to be a short-term investment that is liquid for the case of pulling money out.
Yes.
If it's all the funds and it's $10.8 million of Douglas County School District's funds, what can it be pulled out for? And if the answer is it can't be pulled out for anything, then then we're just giving money to this?
It can be pulled out and used in our cash. Okay. But we have an all funds that actually makes up it makes up everything that we actually account for. So every fund is out there. What this balance added to all of those equals the all funds that we have. If in the event we start to drain down that all funds and we don't have the cash, that's how you keep track of your cash in order for you to not go in the hole. You can't do banking that way. You have to be able to have a cash reserve that says we can pull this out to be used in the all funds piece of it. It's kind of hard to understand because yes, and I understand that.
It's hard
but
to explain.
yes, as you can see, I'm having a hard time explaining it. But all of our funds, our capital projects, our building insights, our grants fund, our special ed, make up the difference of that 10,880. You can't pull some of that out and put it into the general fund because it belongs to all funds. It is only a cash reserve that says we can pull a portion of that out right now because we can't go in the hole in our cash, in our total cash.
Well, so again, I think that's answering my question. If our deficit is $900,000 that we don't have a loan for and we don't have any way of paying it, is that not by definition what you just said is why we would pull that money out?
Well, because our funds, all the balances for every fund, okay, make up what that investment pool is. Okay. You can't, and let's just say we had, when we receive some funds for like building or like a bond or whatever, okay, we would actually invest that to pull those out at the time we needed it. Okay. But all the funds make up what this all funds means. Okay. So if I put, if the general fund payroll is $4 million, it gets posted to the general fund as well as to this all cash. Okay. At the end of that, if the all cash starts to go below what we can fund for all the other funds, we have to pull from the investment pool to actually maintain our cash.
Okay, so I don't mean to put you on the spot. I see $10.8 million sitting there. I see our school district $900,000 short in the short term and $7 million, $12 million short in the long term. And I see a lot of things that we're going to discuss about how to fix that. And that's our money.
It is our money, but what if we actually pulled that out, pulled it into the general fund? We no longer have the general fund balance to actually make up all the other funds. You can't put it into the general fund when you're withdrawing from the pool. You can only put it in your cash.
So let's put it in cash.
Well, what are you going to do with it? I mean, you can't
Spend
put
it
it into
on
the general fund.
expenditures.
You can't do that. You have to
So
maintain.
my
If
discrepancy
we
is the
used
cash.
every penny of
I
that,
get it.
Marcus, let's just say we used every penny of the pool.
Mhm.
We have no reserve. So it's really kind of a reserved bank account that says in the event we go below in our cash, we can pull that from the investment pool. You know, because Frankie had some questions about that when he first came to, and he says, well, we have this money that's invested. Yes, but if we use up all of those funds, we have no reserves.
Right,
So-
but that's again, just doing the research on what the local government investment fund pool is for.
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously it's more like a certificate of deposit to make some money on your excess money.
Right.
We are in a position that we cannot afford excess money. And so if that's what it's for, and I understand you're saying all funds as a term for all the funds, I get that, and that it can be used for cash. If at the end of this school year, we're short $900,000, which I understand is not called cash, but essentially we don't have $900,000 in actual physical money, then I think we need to explore this because I'm not understanding how you're explaining it, but also if this is almost $11 million of Douglas County school districts, I think we need it. I think we really, obviously we need it.
Well, it's there. It's there because you have to have reserves in place, okay, in order for you to stabilize your accounts. But when we have all those accounts, let's just say we receive something from the sale of something, okay? We may want to invest that now to actually earn interest on it, okay? That's where it sits. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you can pull it out and put it into your building and sites fund, or you can pull it out and put it into your general fund. It's an investment that is actually sitting there to provide assets for the school district. That's it. But it is not something that you can actually pull out of the investment fund and add to a specific fund. I know that we've had lots of questions about this because somebody said, well, you have, $10 million in investments. Yes, that is a reserve. And if it got to this place, I have to be able to maintain cash. Otherwise, we'd have to borrow money in order to even pay things. Okay. And this is the first time I've ever pulled out $4.5 million in probably 7 years.
Okay, so please don't feel like I'm attacking you. I'm really just trying to understand this.
Let me get the verbiage that is written for the pool.
Please, and
that
maybe
shows
even
that, and I will be
contact
happy to
someone-
provide that.
Someone that I could talk to regarding it, because you're saying we can't pull from it, but you just pulled 4.5
No,
million.
we can pull it, but we can only pull it into cash. We can only pull it into our all funds, and so that it actually provides enough funding for us because we got down below before we received some additional revenue. We got down below that we couldn't make payroll if I didn't withdraw from the pool. But that's only sitting in cash in order for us to not go below. Okay.
So doesn't it, again, looking at this audit and
And what that ultimately says is that this entry says I am debiting my cash and I'm crediting my investments. Okay. We're not putting it into separate funds. We are just debiting our cash and crediting investments.
so if we debit investments and credit cash and reverse a transaction to put it into cash, is it then not spendable? It's cash.
It is, but it is what we needed for all those funds combined to actually make this all funds be liquid. And so, it's the only way you can do that. I mean, if you continued to go below and you no longer had reserves, if in fact we were into this trouble, we would have already had to borrow from someplace to actually accommodate that. We have that pool there for the reserves. But
Yeah,
I will
I'm-
get the
I'm missing
actual,
something because that's exactly what it sounds like the situation we're in. And so I'm missing, and again, I'm not blaming you. I think you've done a splendid job. I'm happy with everything. I just, again,
well,
don't
there are statutes involved with the pool itself, and we can only pull it out in the need for cash. That's what we're supposed to be able to do. If we have, I mean, we have expenditures that are not ordinary, okay? And all of a sudden we had to pay all of this and we don't have the funds for it. We'd have to pull it into our cash in order to pay for it. Okay. So, but it is there, it is available for us, but it's not something we can actually pull for and add to specific funds because all those funds have made up that balance for, all these years and stuff. So you can't actually add it to the general fund. I will get the verbiage from the pool so that you can kind of see what that is.
Yeah,
I'll be
'cause
happy to provide that.
I don't want to add it to the general fund. I just want it to be able to pay for the money, the cash that we're short, and that just may happen to be the general
But we're
fund.
not short in our all funds. That's what I'm saying.
Are you talking about restricted funds?
They are restricted, but they're not really restricted. It's our money. It is sitting in a pool, an investment pool, and half the state of Nevada actually contributes to this investment pool. Okay, but there are some statutes that don't allow you to, pull that money out and just add it to your general fund. It just doesn't happen. And all the other funds have money in them, So if we were to have gone below in all the other funds, we would have already pulled out that money in, several different times to make sure that we did not go below in our cash. And so let me I can't explain it as well as this does. So we will get that for you. And
Please.
yeah.
And that, I guess that's the last I'll say of it. I don't want to keep going in circles because I'm right where I was at the start. But if we can get that information, that would be great. Because then it might be that we can do something with it or that we totally can't. But again, we've put that money in. That's Douglas County's money. It's
Right.
in the short term, even by its own definition, 1 year or less. So the way I read it and the way I studied it, and again, as quick as I could, not being an intricate part of the budget process and the analysis of this, if it's a short-term investment for a year, then we should be able to take it out whenever we want,
And we can.
and we should.
But it's not something that actually gets added to each individual fund.
That's fine. We're not short in each individual fund.
We are in the general fund and the special ed, but I can't put that money directly in there to fund those because it is a compilation of all the funds mixed together. So there is some language in that statute that does not allow for that. And so when you say, is it restricted funds? It's not restricted, but it is reserved. It is reserved in the event that we start to go below and we hit, major crisis to where we still have cash money. That's what I said. And that's what the Department of Taxation said. Well, how do you do that? Well, we still have cash money. Okay. But it is not something that is available in the general fund. We don't add that. And that's from the language that is written from the pool, from the investment pool.
Okay.
Trustee Zinke, just to add to
Yes,
that,
sir.
we met with the Department of Treasury today and they are looking into this as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And again, Sue, I thank you for your explanation.
Well, it's kind of hard to understand because it took me quite a while to understand it.
I'm still not there. I've
Yeah.
never felt more dumb.
Dave.
Mr. Burns.
I just operate on a simple country boy understanding of things. And I have to put it into perspective. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. It's close, at least. If I've got $10,000 in the bank and I have that sitting there, just emergency, and I don't touch it. And then if I spend it and the emergency comes, I'm in trouble.
Yes.
Now we take this with this application is if I left the money in there, even if I borrowed money because I had to fix my automobile or something, I would rather do that than to deplete something under a emergency factor like that, because I know it's difficult to put it back.
It is.
And so the cushion is there, and I believe that they have the pool has built in the factor of it's difficult to pull the money because when you really need it, and we can argue about we really need it now, but I think there's a danger in depleting that. I do understand it. And if you deplete that, you really can put yourself in a bad situation.
After talking to the Treasury this morning, one of the things that you don't want to get into is that we don't want to get something to where we don't have to pay it back, because the real truth is that if you're going to get something that makes you flush, okay, it's going to be a loan and we need to pay it back. Otherwise, you're absolutely right. Those reserves go down and then we have nothing. If we have some major crisis like this again, we no longer have those funds to actually use for, catastrophes.
Well, what if
Yeah.
we had spent that before you needed $4.5 million this year?
Well,
We've been in trouble.
I would never want to do that. I mean, we've never been down. It's been a long time that we've been down this low in our reserves because we had to pull some of those funds out this year. So
And if we would have done that earlier, we'd be in trouble.
probably.
Thank you.
Ms. Jansen? Turn your microphone on.
So my question is about the unfunded mandates for special education. And because of those, is that why we have the deficit? And do you see that the amount of unfunded mandates, is that expected to increase over time?
Our special ed department has kind of worked hard to try to minimize some of the expenditures. Special ed is the one thing that is not going down. The student enrollment is as high as it has been. So those expenditures are not going to be going down anytime soon. And the only reserve that we have is that we have to transfer funds from the general fund in addition to what the state gives us for not only the state funding, but for the local SPED funding, which ultimately ends up in a transfer from the general fund anyway. But the expenditures exceeded all of the funds that we received for special ed this year. So in your answer to your question, we're hoping we have been able to capture some things, but there's going to have to be cuts there as well.
Thank you. Or the state they're not going to increase based on all the mandates that they're putting on the school districts?
We've talked to Megan Peterson at the state and we've talked to Melissa Willis, who used to be an employee of ours. She is very concerned with, all of this, and she's tried to, and we may be able to go out there and apply for, we did last year, but I think there was some verbiage that needed to happen. And so we only got approved for one. So we're learning some things.
I'm gonna
Yes.
stop you right there. I'm not sure we're on agenda item. We have fallen off of agenda item with that question, Ms. Jansen. So we need to get back to.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, Sue.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's okay.
All right, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. So I emailed a couple of questions. On page 10, the unassigned deficit shows negative 2.1 million in the general fund. But on page 20, the deficit only showed a negative 948, 950. Do we know why the report was different from the backup? And does that have to go back to then page 29 with the variance? I was just trying to piece all the numbers together. Like my head, like when I was looking, like, I interpret it like balance sheet, profit and loss kind of thing. And I was trying to match up the numbers. And when I saw the 2.1, but I didn't see it on the other side, I was trying to figure those numbers out.
Page 10 is what Dave was talking about. Is that those GASB requirements and stuff, when he has to put those in there, it is total assets for everything. And so it does not match the individual financial statement for each fund that you'll see later. That's why it's different.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think when he was explaining it, it was nice that I understood that.
Mhm.
But those were my questions to begin with.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just want to make sure that the public knows that when I was looking through this, I didn't understand why these numbers weren't matching up. But after Dave's explanation, it became a little bit more clear.
The $12 million that it shows as negative, okay, we had $9 million negative last year and we had a $4 million fund balance. So it really is a GASB requirement that he has to put that into the budget, into the audit that way. And it's a compilation of all different kinds of things that are not really identified in the individual funds. But if you look in the individual funds, that's really where we are.
No, I appreciate the extra explanation is because I wasn't understanding
Mhm.
it either. I was like, wait, this math is not mathing
Yes.
in my brain.
I still
Mhm.
On page 31, the GT shows nothing in the budget, but then has that been normal? But then there was funds used. So we didn't budget anything. I just want to make sure I understood that.
Well, the GT, we have one person in the GT that is paid for from the categorical fund from the GT, the state funding. Okay, and then we have one GT person, but it's combined with the special ed because it's part of the special ed numbers, and so they combine it in there, even though we have it in the budget as a program number of 270. It is really combined with the 200s. And so you don't see it.
So the budget then would be part of the special ed budget.
Yes.
Okay. I just was like, wait, why do we have stuff allocated that was part of our actual, but we didn't have a budget number in it? And so I was like, well, is this been normal? So
In our
makes-
system, it is there as a 270, which is the program. But it is all part of the special ed fund.
So it just didn't have it on this page.
Right. And he doesn't
Okay.
break it down that way because he pulls the 200s together.
that makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay.
Going back to Trustee Zinke's question about the grants, just obviously 4 of us, this is our first year. So
Sure.
I'm wondering if you could make a note that, hey, this is, and I totally understand once you explained it, is this is the total amount that we have in grants for the next, say, 3 to 5 years. Maybe make some sub note like, hey, this is what we have for a certain amount of time period, but we only are going to be using our actual. So that's why there's the $10 million difference.
Oh, I would be happy to have, and Dave can actually put that in there too.
I think it would be helpful, just not for us that are newer,
Sure.
but for a future board as well. Just
Yes,
just
because
so
it
that
does
there's
look
not-
like we're not spending our money.
It-
I understand.
It does. look
Yeah.
like, wait, why didn't we spend more?
But if you go back to the prior years, we've spent it in
see
the prior
balance
years,
going
right?
Down because we're using those funds.
Mhm.
One other question that I just came across was on page 51, note 4. We have a $2.8 million in receivables. Do we know when we're going to be receiving those funds?
That's another GASB thing, the way he actually has to
I-
record those things.
Oh, wait, we
Can
have.
can I interrupt real fast?
Yes.
Um,
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Good.
that's
Dave. I'm
okay.
glad you're still here.
They would have been received already prior to September 1.
So it would have, okay, so we would have received those funds into like between July 1st and September of
Yes,
2025, going
yes.
into this now 26 school year.
Yes.
Okay,
So
I was like, when I saw $2.8 million in receivables, I went, wait, how come we're not collecting that?
We must not be on the same page.
they have been collected.
It was on page 51 where it says notes to financial statements.
Yeah, it says note 4. Up top of
Receivable.
page 51.
Oh, it's in the verbiage. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just happened to see that. And then asking about this all funds. So we're only pulling if our balance is pretty much below 0. So how it works is like almost like a savings account that you're not going to touch unless you absolutely have to type situation.
Yes.
And it's when your bank account or your cash account is going to be below 0. We then move and do a journal entry, and you're moving from like say a savings to your checking in
Yes.
kind of layman's terms type
Mhm.
situation.
Mhm.
Do we make interest on the all funds?
Mhm.
Okay.
And the interest that we get, I record by each fund. So it doesn't all go into the general fund. It's just your balances each day. And I do a calculation every month to actually put that interest into every fund.
So each fund isn't, so
Mhm.
I think of it as almost like when you're putting money into like, say, a Roth and someone is investing it for you, it's going into multiple funds. So when you make a pull from that, it's pulling from different groupings but it's putting it back into your cash account.
Yes.
Your checking.
That's absolutely right.
Thank you.
Maybe that was an easier way to explain it. Maybe we should have had you do this.
No, I just was trying to understand it in my own brain.
Yes.
But I have no other further questions right now.
Okay.
I'm with Mr. Zinke. I feel dumber now than when I started. Um, It's like reading a foreign language to me.
Yes.
And I think my questions were answered, but I don't know. I sat with Aaron this afternoon and I'm like, please help this make sense because it just.
You know, the real truth is that all of the notes and everything else are important. They're required by law for him to actually put all those in there. They do get lost when people are trying to understand what that's all about. What you really need to concentrate on are the actual individual funds and where are we for those individual funds. And that's really basically what you really need to look for. The rest of this is often compiled from different things. I have to do accruals, that are received after June, of what he was talking about, that, that I show them as accruals as opposed to, but they really are received, but they're not received prior to June 30th. So that's why some of those things are important.
So he talked earlier about the non-major governmental funds
Mm-hmm.
versus the 5
Major funds,
okay.
yes. Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that we have what does the non-major, like, what does that mean?
I
He tried to
think,
explain it, but I did not understand it.
okay, the non-major ones, just like you said, he pulled the building and sites out of the major funds from last year and put it into a non-major fund because it's kind of immaterial. Right now, we're just eating up the rest of the money that we got from the sale of Kingsbury Middle School. And so there are still some funds there. But the major funds are the ones that we have a lot of capital in and that we have some substantial revenue and expenditure still in there. So Dave, is it right that you can make that determination?
You can, well, actually, you, or the administration, would make that determination. The first criterion is, numerical, as I mentioned, but you could really, if you wanted to, you could say, well, every fund is just as important as every other fund and call them all major. Well, I mean, you could do that. Would that help anybody understand these financial statements any better? Probably not, right? Because it would get really very, very convoluted. And the major funds, they have there is a methodology that is set by the accounting standards as to how these financial statements are put together and where things go within the financial statement. So major funds, anything related to, and I'm sorry, I have to qualify this, anything related to most of the major funds really gets presented in the first half, if you will, of the financial statements. The non-major funds, for the most part, are in the back of the financial statements. So it was just, I think, GASB's way of saying, hey, these selected funds, these major funds, are what we and you guys, the school district, these are the ones that are really going to be important to a reader trying to understand the activities of the school district. That's not to say that the non-majors aren't important, but they don't quite have the weight that the major funds do. They don't play the same role in the financial reporting process. So now, interestingly
don't they
enough,
actually just not they're just not part of the operation of the school district. It's like the outside sources, like the
that's probably
SNP.
a good way of saying that. Yeah. Now, interestingly enough, this could change, really quite significantly when they come up with the new reporting model. But again, that, who knows if any of us will be around when that eventually happens. But the indications are at this time that the financial reporting overhaul that GASB will be really quite significant. But that's not something we need to worry about today.
Okay, I have another question.
If I can interrupt, and I apologize for this.
Go for it.
Would it be all right if I asked if there are any more questions for me? I do have a family emergency and I need to catch a plane tonight. So I need to leave here pretty shortly.
I think Miss Estes is here, and I think she can do a pretty good job of answering our questions. So I hope everything is well with your family, and
Thank you so
have a
much.
safe flight.
Thank you. Appreciate you all. Thank
you
you.
for your time.
Bye, Dave.
You're welcome. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, so on page 20, mostly I'm just trying to make sense of all this. I really feel like I have been reading a foreign language for the last 24.
Audits are not supposed to be something you enjoy.
Makes my head hurt. So we have here this debt service fund. I'm assuming that other than the general fund, these are all restricted accounts. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what is the debt service fund?
The debt service fund is the money that actually goes into from the county, from taxes and stuff. We have a 10 cents provision in the county taxes to actually to pay for the debt service payments. We have bonds that we have out there that we are paying on for probably another 20 years, some of them. And this provides the funding to do that. So we have that 10 cents set aside at this county that says that we get to keep that. So they can't take that. The state can't take that debt service piece of it. We have 75 cents that is actually part of our general fund that the state gets to take. But that 10 cents is earmarked for debt service to pay for principal and interest payments on the bonds that we owe.
So you say the 75 cents, that goes to the per pupil at the state that we then
Yes.
receive back. Okay.
Mhm.
So that's 6 million.
And this is one of those things that Dave and I actually, sorry, not Dave, sorry, Frankie and I actually spoke to the Treasury Department today, that we may be able, there might be a statute in there that allows us to pull residual funds from there that we will not use. And it's just like, Dave said, you don't want to get into the position where you all of a sudden deplete certain things and then you're in trouble. But there is funds there in the debt service that through a statute that we could get approved from something, and I don't know exactly what we have to do yet next, but we may be able to use a portion of those funds to actually build into our operations, which would be nice.
We can't commit to that at this time.
No.
We're
Right.
waiting to receive guidance from the Department of Treasury.
Right. So on page, I've got so many papers here. I'm getting lost. At page 10, where it talked about the 2.1 million, we're not actually $2.1 million in the deficit.
No.
We're only the 948, 912,
Yes.
and 476, 339.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're actually in the deficit for from June 30th of this year.
Yes. And all that says is that all the revenue that we've received in both those funds versus the expenditures that we've spent in that fund have pulled us to this place where we are 900 and some thousand in the negative and 400 and some thousand in the negative.
Okay.
Okay. And so when you're reading this, a lot of this just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But when you're looking at the individual funds, that's where you can tell where our real financial status is as far as what we like to call our operations. Okay.
So as it stands, we can still pay all of our employees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That,
At
I
this
think, is
moment,
like
we certainly
big,
can.
a big, phew, right? So
Huh.
that's good. We want to keep doing that. 'Cause
Yes.
We don't want people to leave.
Yes.
All right. Any further questions? Ms. Miller?
So when you were asking about the different funds and you didn't quite understand, you can think of like your general fund as like, that's your salaries. And then maybe you have like an interest bearing account and that's going into like your basic checking. And then maybe you have, I don't know, some little other thing that you collect random money on, and that's going to be your non-major. So your non-major funds. So you have these different categories that you're accruing revenue from the different areas, but you're only going to put like your big top areas as part of your major ones, and then all those little ones as your non-major. Does that make a little bit more sense?
And I think I think when you think about major funds and non-major funds, it is really those funds that are outside of the norm of our operations, our our daily operations, paying people salaries. Even though the school nutrition program actually is self-sufficient right now, and they have received a lot of funding from the federal government over the last 3 years, and now that is gone. And so we have transferred a lot of the federal funding into the student proceeds, but we will never receive that kind of funding again for the school nutrition. So eventually it will continue to go down. The fund balance will continue to go down because we're not going to receive the same revenue. But that's kind of a non-major fund for us because it's not part of what we do. It is an outside piece of the whole pie, but it is not something that we actually are supplementing from our major funds that are in operations.
At least not yet.
Not yet. I know. We don't want to get below that where we have to start transferring to the school nutrition either.
Right.
And we have at one time. Yeah. Okay,
All right. Any further questions?
Dave.
So what's the first main goal? I take it there's more than one goal here. But
Well,
first main-
that's not on this.
I'm talking about the budget.
We're talking about the audit, not the budget.
The audit is $4.5 million short.
No.
No.
Well, you pulled 4.5 million this year, you said, out of the funds in order to cover everything is 4.5 million.
Well,
That's what
out of our reserves, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, just in the cash. Yes. So technically,
Well, the
you're right.
Purpose of the budget is to stop the bleeding.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you ready to have a motion? And then public comment?
Actually, let's go to public comment and, oh, do you have a question? Oh, okay. I think we should, go to public comment and then we will, take a motion. Thank you, Ms. Estes.
You're welcome.
Appreciate all of your hard work. Yes, it has. All right, we will open public comment at this time on the audit findings. I think I may have to start coming to math class so that I can maybe understand. Will you turn the microphone on? Thank you.
Christine Ensign. I just have questions. So these are the questions I would still want to know. A few of the questions I would still want to know. One of them is, so which page in the document actually says this is where we think we will be at the end of this year? Like not the GASB, hey, it looks like it's 12 million, but it's really not 12 million. Where's the one that goes, here's where we think we stand? I would like to know that number. Another one was, there was a very long discussion, so I don't want to open a can of worms again, but, we can't pull money out of that investment account, but we pulled 4 million out. So when that 4 million was pulled out, what did it go to? What was the 4 million actually used to pay? I know it has to go to cash, but what did it actually accomplish? I think that would help me understand a little bit. And I think one of my questions related to that is, I was starting to think that perhaps Sue's comment was that you can't actually move funds unless you're already in the negative. Is that the case? So that's a question. And then the 2.875 million that was received, where did it get put? Like, do we see it somewhere where we can go, oh, that's where that money got put? I think for now, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further public comment? Do we have any online? All right, we will close public comment at this time. Ms. Estes, do you by chance want to come back up and possibly answer Ms. Ensign's questions? Or do you want to just have a conversation? I mean, those are. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, so any further discussion from the board? Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the financial audit for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025 as presented.
Second.
Go ahead. I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Zinke, a second by Ms. Miller. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Got to get to the next packet of papers here. Okay. All right, we will move into agenda item number 4, school facility capacity review. All right, we will have Miss Mitchell and Miss Dwyer presenting. Thank you so much for coming.
Before we get started, I'd just like to lay the foundation a little bit.
Sounds
So through the open enrollment policy development, the district is required to do facility capacity reviews. And so in part of the process of determining where our facilities are for capacity, Ms. Mitchell and Ms. Dwyer prepared a spreadsheet, sent that out to school sites. They filled in information. Because we do have vacant classrooms across our elementary schools and across our middle schools and high schools. Sometimes those classrooms have been repurposed as offices or other learning spaces. So, you know, there may be some discrepancies in the information that's shared in regards to classrooms. We have to rely on the facility maps. And if the facility maps were not revised when the facility classrooms were repurposed, we go back to the original facility map. So that kind of lays the foundation, and Ms. Mitchell can talk about the criteria for the facility review, the capacity pieces as it relates to the open enrollment policy.
Hi. So yes, this is serving a dual purpose as lending to this discussion, and also NDE is requesting capacity information for open enrollment. And NDE's guidance for this capacity review is they did not want to count portables, but they did want to count gymnasiums and theaters. For the numbers we provided for you, we removed gymnasiums with the thought that a gym is not intended to have a fully rostered normal all-day class functioning as their normal learning space. Students are rostered to it as an itinerant schedule. So gyms aren't included in the numbers on there. Also removed from the numbers are some specialist spaces. So for example, if a social worker or a school psychologist, an English language class, a literacy specialist is using that classroom, we did remove it from the overall capacity expectation. Because the intent here was to assess full-time classrooms that are open for grade level classes to be assigned. So if you go walk the schools, there's a lot more classes in use than this is reflecting, because this is reflecting full-time classes available to be assigned to a K through 5 or 6 through 8 classroom teacher.
I also wanted to add that there were several the spreadsheets that were created. We wanted our admin to report if those classrooms were not in use, or if they were in use and how they were in use. So if you're curious about specific school information, we do have it per school site. Some schools utilize where their speech pathologist has a whole classroom as their office, right? Because that space is available. And that's where Ms. Mitchell is saying that we included that as an open space, that's not being utilized. Does that make sense? Except we did look at, I did want to say, we do have our fine arts teachers in our elementary schools that have a classroom, and we left those as occupied because the students will come from their classroom to that classroom to complete their activity. Much like a music room, PE room.
There's a few revisions that didn't make it to this draft before it was uploaded. So for example, CC and Jacks Valley, we removed the gym, like I said, so that's actually at 25 available classrooms and about 68% capacity. And Pinion Hills was at 15 used classrooms, counting fine arts, and 27 available classrooms. And a lot of that's just discrepancy between the master calendar and the spreadsheet and just trying to figure out the function of the room and the usability and the size and yeah.
So you can see our elementary schools and classrooms and enrollment. Do you have any questions on elementary school sites?
I do if nobody else does. So this is just information that you received from the principals or just went off of the map?
No, so we had our maps, but
Mhm.
then we mostly Miss Mitchell put together Excel sheets for each school site where they had to go in and list by room number how that room was in use.
Okay.
So from the site map, there were room numbers listed.
Mhm.
Then the principals went in and said, that's a first grade classroom, that's a kindergarten classroom, that's a speech room, that's a literacy library, that's an open room, that's a teacher meeting room, right? So they went and listed how that classroom number was in use.
Okay.
Some of them, so like Scarcelli, for instance, one of theirs, it looks like there are 3 kindergarten classrooms, but one of the kindergarten classrooms has a partition wall that's been built. And so it's used for different reason or different purpose, right? It's been repurposed.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that wall can be taken down, if we could consider that, but I don't believe that was included in our numbers because it couldn't be used as a classroom.
Okay. All right.
We were really looking at what could be utilized as a classroom space. What was a big enough space to be a classroom, not a office or a. Some of our schools have some little spaces where you could that work for a resource room, but would not work for a classroom.
Right. Okay.
With declining enrollment, the numbers of students we have here is for this year. What do you I would expect those numbers would be less for the following school year. And do you know how many less you're looking at based on the projections we got?
So and I will talk about this later, but we do have a spreadsheet that we use that's been in use since 2011 that helps us with projections. And it takes a 4-year average and helps us make our projections. We're just coming to the point in the year we start that work in late December, early January. We don't know what enrollment's going to do. It seems to be stabilizing a little bit, not as much as the year we had 250 student loss. But we are beginning to do that work now. So the numbers you see right now are our current numbers, butts and seats, the students that we have. And for next school year, that projection data should be coming out, we hope, in mid to late January.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, just based on it, I'm guessing the numbers next year will be lower than what we're seeing here.
I would say that's a safe guess to make. We just don't know by how much.
And then just
A guess of a percentage from the past 4 years?
Well, last year we declined about 4.75% enrollment. I don't believe we will be near that amount next year. Hopefully we're in between 3 and 4%. Yeah, I think 3% is probably the most conservative we can be.
Okay. Any further questions about elementary schools? Okay. Oh, Ms. Knighting.
And this may, I don't know if it's for now or for later, but based on the capacity of these schools, is it feasible to combine schools? And would you know at that point which ones would be the bigger, which facilities would be able to accommodate?
I would say that's why we're putting this data together, is to answer that question or to look at that question. I think the work that we have next is to look at maybe breakdown by grade level, number of students. What we're finding is we're graduating up towards 500 students, but we're only enrolling up towards 250 kindergartners per year, right? And so I think we need to look at grade level breakdown data to see how many students we have in grade levels, and then look at our school sites and how we can accommodate.
All right. I think that's it for elementary school.
I kept scrolling and I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. It's a lot tonight. So the next set of sites are our secondary sites, and DNO, we do not specifically have students enrolled in DNO. They're enrolled at Aspire. And as you know, Aspire, we will be moving that facility. So right now, we just thought it was important for you to know the enrollment of 103 students at Aspire. Jacobson High School, we have no control over, but again, so you know, we have 24 students out there. So if you look at the other sites, are there any questions about those?
Yeah, the elementary schools in comparison to the secondary schools look to utilize a closer number of the classrooms to capacity. One glaring number here is Paualou's using twice, 90% of their classrooms for 45% capacity students. So could you shed some light on what some of that utilization is, or is that something we can request later, I guess? But
We have it here. Let me get
we're
to it.
using a lot of the school for only having 400 students.
So they have some classes that specialize in like an elective, for example. So they have like a green architecture type class that has a classroom that the teacher might utilize, one classroom for their core class and another classroom for that elective. Design and modeling is another elective that has a class assigned, but that's not necessarily the only classroom that that teacher utilizes. So that would be the majority of that. Another part of that is just how we assessed capacity. So there's definitely room in this to reassess. So in looking at, it was harder at secondary, first of all, because you have kids in different periods that move throughout the day that sometimes have multiple representations. So please know that here. But then looking at it, there's an assessment of they're in an English class and a leadership class, and that's the same teacher, but that teacher moves, the child moves. So yeah, Paualou is using their space really well, considering their low enrollment. They also have a lot of classrooms, again, like an English language learning specialist who is running a full classroom, but at some sites that might be a smaller office space. So they have some capacity and use like that. They have an outdoor science class that has its own classroom.
So would it be safe to assume that in the chance that capacity was increased, some of these teachers would have to go back to one classroom? And I mean, obviously they would. Is that feasible? Because I would imagine some high school teachers have their classroom and they use it for other things also. Or, I'm just, if you're a leadership teacher and an English teacher, it can be the same classroom, right? Doesn't have to be a separate classroom for the sake of the classification.
I think at the secondary level, there's always the risk that compromises some of the electives being offered. Some require very complex supplies that might not function in a single classroom. But yeah, they could combine. They just might lose some of the features they're currently offering if they needed to combine and lose that space.
So are some of the classrooms being used literally for one class period throughout the day as an elective?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
So our last slide are the lake schools.
So sorry, you're probably going to present, I guess that I think we have the same.
I was going to say, I believe Whittel, I do know that that is one of the schools they utilize, they'll use one classroom for one period of the day. Or they'll use it as a meeting room or intervention room or something like that. Many of the classrooms at Whittel are not in use for all the periods of the day. And that's specific.
Yeah, so for example, there's one period of fire science with 8 students in it, and there's a classroom designated to that one period for those 8 students. I do want to
But
mention,
for
yeah.
instance, English and leadership are in the same classroom.
Mhm.
Like that teacher doesn't move. I know that. So whereas that one is you have one teacher teaching 2 different subjects, but they don't move a classroom type situation.
And the original goal of this, again, was the open enrollment request from NDE. So some of this was influenced by their request for information because their bottom line is they're still trying to determine, is open enrollment based on the current teachers at that site, or is it based on the overall site capacity? They haven't given us an answer yet. They just wanted us to assess our capacity in both perspectives. So.
Yeah, there is also a requirement for the district to post this information on our webpage and update it quarterly.
Any other questions?
Why do they want, this is maybe off topic, why do they want that information? Because to me, some of these look like we're very inefficient. And if we're penalized for our lack of efficiency, that may be an issue. Others of it look like it could be used to, yeah, I want to go to that school as a, dangling carrot.
Yeah, it's not punitive. It's just them trying to determine how they want to interpret open enrollment policy. So our hope is to present a potential board policy in December. It'll probably be January because the state's still working on refining their open enrollment requirements. And so one of those is they want us to post capacity quarterly, but LEAs need to know, does that mean the capacity based on current teacher utilization or site utilization? And they don't have an answer yet. And they haven't given us permission to decide to provide our own definition. But it was in the Senate bill that we have to provide quarterly updates to the public so that they know what they can request for open enrollment. So then another question that came up was, if we're posting it quarterly, does that mean students are allowed to move quarterly? And they said no. But they haven't determined how many times a student can move. That's the other half of it. So this is just them assessing information so their policy can get to us so we can hopefully open an open enrollment session in January or February.
Yeah, so all of this was intended for information to the public and to the board. You can allow public comment if you'd like. You don't have to. It's up to you.
Does anyone else on the board have any questions?
I'm just, would like to know, each one of the schools, not now, each one of the schools, how much it costs per child and how much are we getting paid per child for each one of the schools?
So at the November 13th special board meeting, we attached a cost study, and that cost study has all of that information in it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we go according to that. I would just,
Correct. And it's different for every school because we have a veteran staff at some schools and we have a newer staff at other schools. And it's driven really by where that teaching staff is placed on the salary schedule and their benefit package. So it's going to look different for every place that you look at.
so
Yeah.
use that one.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the board? Okay, I will go ahead and open it for public comment at this time. All right, seeing as we have none, we will close public comment. Am I safe in assuming that concludes your presentation? Okay, great. Thank you very much for all your work. I appreciate it. All right, we will move on to agenda item number 5, the transportation service overview. Blair, thank you for coming.
Okay. So these are all estimates because the routes differ so much from TRE to the lake to Carson, or Indian Hills. We do provide students at any grade level who live more than 1 mile of attendance from the school, who live more than 1 mile from the school, with some exceptions. You have Pinion because of the safety. There's no sidewalks. You have MES across the road there. I forget what the
Buckeye.
Buckeye, but that new subdivision. What is it? Okay. Because of
Weaver
safety.
Creek.
Okay. Because of safety for the students. So we do bus for that. Let's see here. So while gen ed routes typically stay the same, we do try and fill all those buses. So you have Indian Hill buses that have 56 middle high schoolers on it, which is full capacity for them, 2 to a seat. You can fit up to 84, but we only recommend that for elementary. So we've attempted to merge the routes we could over the years and maximize, all resources on each of the routes. Last year we were in extreme driver shortage. I was driving pretty much every day. Ashley was driving every day. And now we're in an aid shortage. So we're asking the schools if we can borrow some of their aides to help with the special ed routes. Inclusive ed changes all the time. We have 13 buses on the road. 7 of them are considered exclusive special ed. And so the numbers I gave you are averages, but here's an average of a special ed route. With the driver, the aide, they're at about 65,000 per inclusive ed route. And then I have real costs for 2 routes, one in TRE and one local, but it does a lot of miles. So the TRE route, that equals, with the pay, the mileage, the maintenance, the fuel, that one equals $3.73 per student per trip versus the average, which is $1.79. So it changes greatly depending where these buses are going. The one local route that has a lot of miles, or that drives a lot of miles, which is gen ed, it costs $3.14 per student to operate that route. Over the years, we did merge 8 routes, and we just, we were merged route 9, 14, 19, 21, 28, 36, 40. One to note about route 40, it's up in I probably shouldn't say where it is. We merged it because we didn't have an option. And we now have to have a couple buses drive from across 395, which is fine because they're right over in Indian Hills as well, to pick up a couple stops. So we've done everything we can to help mitigate our transportation costs. There is one air route 204 was merged into route 202 and 203 at the lake. We haven't filled one of our, well, we don't have these, but as I did this, I started this last year, actually. We had a relief driver critical shortage at the time. And we dissolved that one. So with the routes that we have merged, at the time that I created this one, it saved an estimate 296,000. And then our field trips, that is very difficult for us because there are drivers that love field trips, but they're optional. And there are drivers that don't want to do field trips. So it's very difficult to keep it under an overtime status when you only have, this many that will want to do field trips, and we can't spread it out. And that is what that's what I have. And that's so we reviewed route consolidations to try and cut costs. We did that for costs, and then we were in a driver shortage. We couldn't hire anybody when we needed to. That one slide does go over the field trip process, how it comes in from the schools, how it gets worked within the interdepartment, and then it goes on the road to the student on the field trip. And again, this the supply drivers versus the demand of the field trip and staffing. It's difficult to cover all the field trips anyway, but let alone not go into overtime. And then the overtime control, we do our best. We can, take a field trip from here, give it to somebody else if they're willing, but they don't have to take the field trip. So then, we're at a point where do we, cancel the trip? Nobody wants to do that. So
Are you ready for questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Do you have any questions? Mr. Zinke.
I think it's appropriate. I don't ever have to be asked if I have them. So I believe last board meeting, we were told there are 15 inclusive ed routes. Is that correct?
So there's 7 total, but then what we have to do, because we're shorthanded, we don't have enough drivers, we can put some kids on like mid routes, which then that's a mid special ed. If they don't have an elementary, we have one that does a high school route, and then he switches buses and he goes and picks up a student. That driver is the lowest hours wise, and we just calculated it today because the student's starting. He will be into overtime, and he's the lowest hourly guy.
So can you explain, can you explain an inclusive ed route, or maybe Superintendent Alvarado, you can, and the ability to combine those or the lack thereof? And maybe if an aide can ride along, and that would help the ability to add students to that route or to consolidate routes or anything like that. It seems like a lot of routes for, and if it's a state requirement, I get it, all of that. I'd like to understand this a little better.
Yeah, so for special education transportation, it's actually a service that's written into an individual education plan. And so our case managers at the school site, if they feel that a student requires this service, invites the transportation department, many times invites our inclusive ed administration, and they make a decision on whether the student qualifies for the service and for how much time, those types of things. And then it goes to the transportation department for planning purposes. I can't speak to the specifics of how many kids are put on a route or how many kids or when they decide to combine routes for inclusive ed. So I would have to rely on Blair to provide that information to the board. But that is the legal process. There's actually a legal process to provide that service, and we're required by law to provide it.
Please, Blair.
So some of the special ed students do not do well for long periods of time on a bus. So if we put more students on that bus is now out longer on the road. So it's difficult for them to regulate at times, which is why it's set up that way. Plus, we have one route with 19 students. So if that bus has to evacuate, I mean, you have 19 special needs students, and you have a driver and an aide who are going to try and get them all off. And if you put more on it, I mean, yeah, if we can get another aide, sure, but we would have to see how they would do. Because if they're not going to cope well, then they'll go to school, and it might just be, a hard day all around for the student.
Sure. So I think it would be helpful to have some of these routes, the proximity of particular routes to other routes that have very few. It looks like you've consolidated a lot, but with the inclusive ed, if we're worried about time, I think it'd be beneficial to look at the ability to maybe increase by several minutes, if that's it, and with a barometer on that time, right? Obviously, if time is of the essence regarding a kid's health or their ability to take a ride, if you could provide maybe some of that information and the likelihood that it's available or possible for that child. Certainly there's other reasons, not just proximity and length of time, but if you could provide us that information when available, please.
That's not a problem. We also do have to consider their minutes within, am I good to say that? Their minutes within their IEP. So there's a set limit for some of them.
Yeah, if you could provide all of that, that'd be great. Thank you.
As Mr. Hines mentioned that, I don't know if Dr. Mayfield wants to come up and share whether there's NRS in terms of how long a student can ride transportation in the morning, afternoon, or in totality.
Hi, there's not an arrest regarding the length of time that is.
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's not a length of time in the NRS that limits it, but we do have students, quite a few, that have medical needs that are going to limit how long they can tolerate the bus. So we have a lot of factors that we have to consider that becomes part of the issue. We want to make sure that we are not exceeding their tolerance or their medical availability for transportation. And some of the information that it becomes difficult with some of our kiddos to, who only have a 2.5 hour program. And we're spending 2.5 hours on the bus to transport morning and afternoon. One of the other considerations that Blair did not bring up is that we have students who go to our special programs. So for some of our students who go from the Jacks Valley area and currently are attending at Pawalu, that has to be a special education route, right? It's just for those kiddos who are transported that way. So some of them are because of where we have programs located. And so that's part of their disability related need.
And I just have a quick question about that, and I don't know if it's for either one of you. Does it have to be a bus, or could a bus driver utilize one of our Suburbans to transport students that are on an IEP?
They need to be in a school bus.
What's the difference? Why does it have to be a school bus?
Because it's safer. The state feels it's safer than an SUV for transportation.
So that is a state requirement.
I was going to say, is that a state requirement? Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Sorry, it just was a thought, so I just got to get that answered.
While Dr. Mayfield's sitting here, I do know that Dr. Mayfield and Mr. Hines have been working very closely on those adjusted routes. So there were up towards 15 students on those special routes. So I was hopeful that you could kind of talk about the work you guys are doing to help fix that problem.
For some of our students, their IEP has them on a modified schedule. So they attend a shortened day. They may start later, they may end earlier, and that's part of, it's a disability related need. And we make those decisions individually, but with all students, our overarching goal is always to have them attend a full day of school, right? That's where we need our kids to be. And so we have been working towards that. We've been working with Blair. We've had a couple of students this year who've transitioned from a partial day to a full day. And then that does, the function is not to cut costs and transportation, but that's a benefit to us. Right. So we look at those carefully at every IEP meeting, and it's always on the forefront that we want our kids to do as much in general education as possible. And that includes the bus. Right. So we want them on a general education bus. So that's always our goal for our students, is as much as possible to include them in those environments.
So how many special needs students do we have riding a bus by themselves at this point then? Well, that's what we were told at our last meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's certainly how it was presented.
Yes.
The verbiage might have been incorrect, but it did sound like there were 15 routes for 15 individual kids.
So that would, to the best of my knowledge, not be accurate. We have the routes, but we only have a handful of students who are on a shortened day. So some of them do have part of their route where they are the only student, but then we combine that with another route. And so they pick up more students later on, but it picks up multiple schools. So they start at one school, but it picks up more students. So for a time, they are the only student, but they do pick up other students on that route. And for students with a modified day, we try, when it's appropriate, to make sure that they are either ending the day with everyone else or starting the day with everyone else. So at least one of those times, they're not the only student on the bus.
Okay, so I think it'd probably be appropriate to request the routes and the number of students. We can just put this to bed and get the number of students on each route, potentially, right? And then maybe I know we have maps of the routes and that, and I feel like you guys are already on this and you've already looked at all of this, and I'm probably no help, but it would at least help us understand.
Are you asking for the inclusive ed students?
I would say every
Or every
route.
student?
Every student.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mr. Hines, they don't need student names.
Correct.
Just
No,
please
just
don't. Yeah.
numbers. How many students are on the bus, kind of thing.
I also wanted to add, inclusive ed routes are door to door. So that's the difference. So our other routes pick up students at stops. But every student on the bus who has an IEP, it's a door-to-door drop, or most every.
Okay. Mr. Burns, did you have a question?
How many buses do we have total? Whether you're using them or not, how many buses do we have altogether?
Roughly 70, right? 64.
70?
64.
64 buses. How many do we use each day?
39. It's 39, I believe, every day.
Lower?
I'm sorry.
It's hard to say because it depends on the day. We might be utilizing a bus for a field trip and we have to add some more bus.
Mr. King, do you mind stepping up here and using the microphone? Sorry.
Were you asking about routes or just total buses?
Total buses.
Okay, so
And then
that
how
could be
many
field
do we
trips.
use in a day?
That would vary because of field trips.
So if we
But-
say we're using 40 buses and we have 64, that's 24 buses with insurance, maintenance. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, but we need extra buses when one breaks down.
Can I speak to this a little
Please.
bit? I've worked really hard to actually get rid of unnecessary fleet. I think we eliminated about 16 pieces of fleet in August, trying to get rid of maybe 4 to another 8 here pretty soon. The problem with cutting back on more of those buses and worrying about that insurance and that maintenance cost is you could have, 5 to 10 buses go down within the 2 days, and now you have no backups. That could put us in a big bind, not having those sub buses.
Sure, I could understand having some backups, but still, it seems that we're sitting with buses that we're not using. And I appreciate the cuts, but I think that needs to be evaluated and actually come up with the total cost. You got the cost of what it takes to run a bus to different stops and back. You gave us that number, $3 or something. So how much did it cost us to have a bus sitting through a year of maintenance and insurance and everything? That's what state's going to be asking those questions.
I completely understand that.
Okay.
We can work together to get that done.
Great.
I think something else we need to think of is because of this budget crisis, we already got in a bind about 5 years ago about not purchasing buses every year and renewing our fleet. And that drives up the maintenance cost because now you're trying to take care of older buses. You're putting more money into it. And we're going to run into that again. We already gave up the purchase of buses for probably the next couple years, maybe more. And to not have enough sub buses to back that up too, it can weigh out pretty even if we keep some of that fleet around.
It's a trust factor. You got to trust the ones that's involved in it directly. I'm not going to micromanage anything.
Yeah. Mr. King, can you shed light on that new machine you're talking about for the front right tire on our buses?
We've been doing some research. So since I've been here, a big cost of ours is batteries, tires, fuel, obviously. A big cost with a Thomas built bus that we purchase is the right front tire wears out. It's always been a manufacturer defect, I would say, and their fix to it is, oh, that's just a Thomas bus. That's what happens. So me and my crew have worked really hard in the last probably 6 to 8 months to figure out why. The cost of a front tire is $600 to $800. And if we're not getting the full wear out of that tire, that is money in the gutter. So we are working to use the correct funds in what budget we do have, which is hard, but to buy a mobile alignment machine. I just had another manufacturer come in and give me another quote and class on one. That's actually more cost effective probably for us. It's a big chunk of money up front, but over a time period, we're going to save a lot of money in tires.
Ms. Knighting.
Transportation was one of the ones that had been over budget. What do you think caused the over budget? Was it routes? I would imagine all the routes had been budgeted for. What pushed us over in this department?
In 2 weeks or in 1 week we had 24 field trips that we had to fill with a select number of drivers. So there goes overtime. We were in a driver shortage. We didn't have enough drivers, so then we had to use what subs we could, and they can only work 719 hours a year or a school year. So I would say it's a mix of everything.
But it sounds like shortage of drivers combined with
I
field
would say
trips and overtime.
Yes, yeah, and we never can seem to have enough subs or route drivers.
And
Right now we're, knock on wood, we're covered for routes, but I mean, if somebody retires, we're going right back where we were.
And can I ask, a couple of board meetings ago, there was a new policy put in where if a group wanted to go out of state or over 60 miles, that wasn't, that they would pay for it from their own money. It wouldn't come out of transportation budget per se. Has that been happening?
Sue's not here. I believe that comes out of that one fund.
So that was for, we cover school sanctioned events, right? So our sports or speech and debate or whatever, okay, band. Any other field trips that are outside of that come out of the school's discretionary fund. The transportation department at the end of the school year will bill the school for the trips that they've taken. So as far as extra trips, so the district will pay for one trip during that sanctioned sport season that's outside of sanctioned competition or what have you, right? Like a tournament. But nothing more than that. If they want to participate in anything more than that, then it has to come out of funds raised by that activity. Blair and I actually approve all of the field trips, all of the any out-of-state field trips, and I don't believe there have been any extra field trips taken outside of. There have been, Elizabeth. Oh, okay.
Well, I
How
just
many
want to be
people can
sure
we get
that
to the table?
I mean, we have what, and I see in the students' activity accounts, which is great for them, they have $1.6 million. So if they're taking these, that should be being billed out of the individuals that are going and not being put in the transportation.
And it is now, and that's what it was not happening in years past.
But that is happening.
It is happening now. And Elizabeth over here doesn't have a microphone, but she just confirmed that is happening now.
I have a quick question about routes. How do you determine a route? How is that done?
We have routing software.
So we have routing software that works with IC, and it populates where all the students live, and it shows what route is the closest to that student. And sometimes they just walk to the bus stop if it's a cross street, If it's way out there like TRE, you know, we're usually, I don't want to say door to door because we still do cross streets there, but it just kind of depends where they're located. But most of the time we don't have to add stops per se sometimes, but it's pretty, I can't think of the word. It's pretty, precise with, yeah, it's efficient with what it does.
Okay.
Does that answer your?
Yeah, I part of the reason I ask is so when I looked up like my daughter's bus route, she would have a 1.5-mile walk to a bus stop. We live in Johnson Lane, like, so it was very. So I was curious as to why or how bus routes are decided when I type in my address and it tells me this would be her bus stop. It's a 1.5 miles away.
So then
That doesn't make sense.
yeah, we could add a stop.
Okay. So for our families that have that situation, they just need to contact
email.
transportation.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Then
Not that I want to add a bunch more stops to our routes, but if our students can utilize that, it becomes more cost effective. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, along the same lines of the number of buses and the frequency in which they're used. I'm giving you a lot of homework here. I know. I apologize for that. Do you have a record of how many buses, the most buses you've used on any single day? Or, I mean, you laugh, so that, I mean, that means there's been a lot, and that's fine. I would love to see, you know, not an average per se, but maybe the last few years of data on specifically what you would be calling a crazy day with a bunch of breakdowns and that number. Because, I mean, just thinking inside the box, I would say if there are several buses not being used, I'd imagine you've already gotten rid of them, like you said. If there's a way to get rid of those to purchase these buses that we are lacking, that's also, no? Is it shaking her head no?
Sorry.
No.
So even when I go to sell these buses in auction, I cannot recoup those funds into buying new buses. It goes into general fund, building and sites, actually.
Okay.
So I can't recoup.
Yours is the rare pool that it goes to
Yeah,
the wrong thing.
yeah.
Okay, very good. But I would still love that, the other numbers, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I can kind of answer that. I mean, I'll get you the actual numbers, but when we have, say, I'd have to look it up which one it was, but if we have like a half day, but then we still have mid routes going, now we have to use all the subs we have to do a half days.
And then throw in a
full
sport,
route.
right?
And then
Yeah.
we need every single bus we have. And God forbid one of them breaks when we're trying to make that happen.
Yeah, I would imagine your information is going to be confirm you're already what you're trying to do. So that would just help. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting all this. I had a question. At one point at the beginning, you talked about aids on the routes. Was that just for this inclusive ed that you were needing those aids, or was this on general bus routes?
It's all inclusive ed. There is one route that services TRE that is only elementary, and we have an aid on that because there are 70 children that drive 395. The dangerous stretch going out there. So there is an aid there for safety to, keep them somewhat.
No, that makes
managed.
sense. I was just trying to, it just said, you said aids on a route. And so I was trying to understand what that meant. And then you gave us amounts per trip, like TRE was 3.73 and a local route was 3.14, but the average was 1.79. So I'm just trying to figure out why. I mean, obviously TRE is a longer route and then you had a local route, but I'm just trying to figure out why those averages are so much higher than what your average is. You have other,
their distance that they're driving, the hours for the driver is a lot greater. It could be the local driver could work maybe 6 hours a day, and the TRE driver could be, let's just say 8. And I mean,
okay.
they,
I just was trying to figure out, because it seemed like a huge difference versus what you put your average at 1.79, and then you have one that's almost 4, and then one that's, $3. So,
and that'll help when I get you the route, or I think yeah, us ask the question about each route. That'll help too, because it'll give you a price of what each route costs us.
no, that's very helpful. I think that's something that I think we had maybe potentially requested, but didn't specify it. So thank you for
okay.
that. I did notice that on your field trip process, you are missing the lake schools. Is there not? I mean, they go on field trips, they go on sporting events. I just wasn't sure.
That would be an error.
Okay. I was like, I know they go on field trips.
Yeah, that's just an oversight.
Okay. I just wasn't sure. And then you had it going to the recreation department. What did that mean?
So we have a MOU with the rec department too. So that's under the demand category.
So is that like for like the after school programs, or?
It's normally during the summer for the
Okay,
for the
so we
kids.
provide bus services during the summer.
But we bill them.
Okay. I was like, wait,
No, we bill them.
wait, we're
And
putting
for
costs-
Boys and
No.
Girls Club, correct? You drive for Boys and Girls Club, we
Yes.
provide
Yes.
transportation
Mhm.
for activities.
Yep.
Okay,
And we
perfect.
we
We
bill
bill them. So
Yep.
that's okay. Perfect on that. Thank you. And then you talked about a 1 mile radius. Is that NRS? Or is that just a Douglas County?
That's just a Douglas County.
That's our board policy.
That's our board policy.
Okay. That is what I
And
want.
it is 1 mile. That was one of your questions last time. It is 1 mile for all students. There is not a breakdown between elementary, middle, and high school. That was one of the questions.
Okay, because then another question would be is if we were to increase that mileage, that radius, what would those potential savings be? Obviously, not for our inclusive ed kids, because that's an IEP, that's a whole different process. But for our general education kids, if we were to increase that mileage radius, I'd like to know what that cost savings would potentially be. And obviously, I understand like your TRE kids, that's going to be a big thing. For some of your other neighborhoods, that's not going to be feasible because of safety concerns. So I understand that. And I think that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
So if it's a 1 mile and you said your child would have to walk 1.5 miles
To a bus stop
to a bus stop.
for
So
middle school.
that should not be over 1 mile.
She also just needs to call,
This
Yeah.
guy
then they'll
needs
add
to
a stop.
Walking to school, but if they go out and have to walk to a bus stop, it's not cut off at 1 mile walk.
So we provide, well, all she has to do really is call, and we will get it routed.
Okay, but I guess we should be paying attention to that too. With the, with that mapping, anything that's over a mile walk, period. But just thought.
And I'm not accusing at all. I'm
Yvonne,
sure
take your kids to school.
I do actually. I do take my daughter to school. Ms. Knighting.
I was just curious. I mean, one of the things that is, we're looking at possibly, is consolidation of schools. What would that do to the transportation department? If you consolidated 2 schools, would that save on transportation or would actually increase on transportation?
That would most likely increase.
Okay, because sometimes you do things and there's unintended consequences. And so I just wanted to ask you guys who are in charge of transportation, what that would do to you.
Because if, say, theoretically, we're busing them all from Jax to Pawaloo, from Indian Hills to Pawaloo, instead of CVMS, there's a difference there. Or if we're doing Jax Valley Elementary to CC Manili, there's a lot of mileage added. and we're gonna take all those kids there. And then have to take them all the way back. So it would increase.
Would it increase the number of buses we needed as well?
It could, yes. Most likely.
So that would be something that would need to be considered in anything we did, what
Mhm.
the transportation would be for that.
Yes.
So I have a question. So we talked about Minden Elementary specifically because and Pinion Hills safety concerns, which is why those kids get bused. I know at Minden there's a crosswalk there. Would it be feasible to put a crossing guard instead of busing those kids across the road?
So Andrew had that set up,
Mhm.
and he could speak, I'm sure,
And here
better
he
to
comes.
that than I can.
How many more microphones can we
Here we go.
use?
But we did try that, and they don't slow down.
And I'm not saying this is something I want to do. It's just we're trying to think outside the box.
Yeah.
We're trying to come up with.
That was a new development, and the school zone doesn't cover Buckeye Road. And it's a 35-mile-an-hour zone coming off of a 45. So it's the only area in the district that wasn't crossing at a 25, and the only area for elementary not crossing at a 15. So that's why we requested a special safety route.
Right. So why is it not included in the school zone?
I believe that's up to more Douglas County,
Yeah.
Nevada Department of Transportation sometimes.
So maybe, and I know we're talking transportation, so maybe this falls within maybe that's something we need to go before the county commissioners and talk about.
I could reach out to Tom Delaire in the planning department.
Okay.
And ask him more information about
Yeah.
that.
And not that I'm saying that, we absolutely need to do this. It's just, can we?
Yeah.
Should we?
We tried it out both with the flashing lights, and then also staff shared concerns in the wintertime of vehicles just not being able to stop in snow or ice as well. And so we felt it wasn't safe for adults or for students.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a crossing guard previously. When I became principal, we actually removed it and added the route because the neighborhood was growing.
Right.
So it went from 4 kids to 10, now to 15, and
Okay.
it's still building.
Okay.
We do have a slow down zone at Jacks Valley. And we really don't have anything, too much cross. And we have it again, right on 395 coming through town. I'm just wondering if that slow down, 15 miles per hour slow down is mandated during school hours too. I'm just thinking it's not safe for the buses to cross neither if it's that fast. Mr. Alvarado's typing, so I think he's got that.
Can I tell you, I looked up the board policy 809, and it says that any student in any grade that lives more than 1 mile from the school will receive transportation. And then it says that they shall be built around reasonable collection points. So that's your policy, obviously. So 809,
Right.
if you want to look at that, that's what it says.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions?
Could I say one more thing?
Absolutely.
Somebody asked about changing the schools. So if we're rezoning boundaries, here's a good example of we have a CVMS driving to the ranchos 2 times a day for 2 students that are on the north side of Centerville. And we have a Pawaloo bus that drives down the road to pick up students on the south side of Centerville. So the line falls right there. So we have to have 2 buses from 2 different schools. And there's a way straight there.
Mm-hmm.
But because of, you have to do the zoning somewhere, but it's right on that line. They live on this side of the street. They're CVMS, that side, Pawaloo.
Okay.
So then they'll build a house. And we'll have to figure that out.
All right. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for answering all of our questions. We will really quickly take public comment on the transportation. We had lots of questions. Thank you for answering them all. Any public comment? Just make sure, yeah, write your name down and state your name for the record. And turn the microphone on.
Christy Stoddard, transportation bus driver. Good evening. Last thing I would like to see happen, I'm wording that right. I don't want children to lose their extracurricular activities, to the chance to go on field trips, educational, historical, what have you. That would be a shame. But as a school bus driver, I'm going to only speak for myself, but I consider the field trips part of my pay. And that's essentially been taken away from me because I've been told I can't go over X amount of hours. And that's adding to part of the problem. God, I should have wrote down everything I wanted to say. Also, I think it would be more cost effective if you let us buy some new buses so we don't have to keep spending money trying to get parts that are possibly in the future no longer going to be available. And yeah, I've also been hearing about the schools being combined, and I'm wondering what the timeline is on that. If it is going to happen, I've heard that some of the middle schools are going to be combined. I just think this whole issue of the overtime and the pay is going to I'm afraid it's going to negatively affect the students, and I don't want to see them lose any of those opportunities that they currently have. And what I feel like is being penny pinched for our department, it doesn't make sense to me. And also regarding the special needs students, some of them can't ride with other students. They have to have like their own transportation, and so that needs to be considered. You don't want to be jamming a bunch of students into one bus, not only for safety reasons, but you have to think about the time constraints. We can only go so far and pick up some money to get them to school on time. So those are things to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? All right, we will close public comment at this time. And as speaking to your concerns about the timeline, we have no timeline and there have not been any decisions made on any school consolidations. Right now we are in the what do we do stage, right? How do we fix the problem that we're in? That's where we're at. So we're trying to think outside the box and come up with any and all solutions. So
because the rumors are already flying that, oh, I've heard from other, staff members in different departments, they're telling their kids, well, yeah, this school's not going to be here in a couple of years because it's being combined with this other school. So
those are just rumors.
right. Well, I just thought you should know that
Yeah.
they're out
Oh,
there.
I know they're out there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. We will. Oh. I did, but go ahead. You can come up. I will. No, that is absolutely just fine. We'll continue public comment.
My name is Elizabeth Martin, and I'm the Fleet Maintenance Secretary. And one of the things that I do want to let folks know is with our white fleet, we have a small fleet of Suburbans that we do utilize for various activities, whether it's sports or co-curricular activities. And because of the bus driver shortages, we have had an increase in the need for Suburbans for field trips. And as you had asked, we are now charging more for these non-sanctioned or non-league events. For instance, we have a trip that's going to California for a non-league event, and we will be recouping the $3.50 per mile for the 3 Suburbans that they're going to be utilizing. But I do want, to mention that when folks are utilizing these Suburbans, they're also taking, jobs away from the bus drivers who may or may not be able to. I'm assuming, she has that opportunity. If she doesn't, then, my bad there. But when the folks utilize the Suburbans, we also have to remember the wear and tear on those vehicles. And our White Fleet budget has been cut in half. So back to what Blair and Travis were both talking about, we have to look at all of these different things, like, Christy said, we don't want to cut field trips for folks. We want these children to experience these, great opportunities. But we, also have to remember that with the budget cuts that we've already incurred, as well as, the shortage of drivers, that's shifting, kind of like what you were saying too, Miss Knighting, was you're shifting from one thing to another that may or may not have good consequences. So just wanted to let y'all know kind of a little bit about that. So you were a little more educated about how we utilize some of our Suburbans as well. So
Thank you.
thank you.
I was like, okay, Shannon, here we go. We have one online. All right, we'll take one online.
Josh, you can go
Uh,
ahead.
Hi, this is Joshua Lang. I'm a teacher and a parent for some of my children in the district that utilize transportation. I do want to also mention that being a rural district, we have many schools and students who travel to school who do not have sidewalks. So for them to walk to school, that is a safety concern. So if you guys are looking at expanding the mileage to where children have to start walking to school that would normally receive transportation, that's something that you guys should consider, is the safety of, I don't want to save $1 to lose a student's life. So it's something we should really consider, is the safety aspect, and whether we don't want 5-year-olds walking down a highway to get to school. We definitely don't want them walking down streets with no sidewalks. So it's just something you guys should keep in mind.
Thank you very much. Any more online? All right. Any more from the audience? All right, then we will close public comment. And we will move on to agenda item number 6, our grants. Miss Mitchell. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Right. Okay, then let's take a 10-minute recess. All right, so now, Miss Mitchell, welcome again.
Thank you
for being here.
Thank you. I was asked to just go over our grants in the general sense. So I was just going to give a brief overview of each one and then answer whatever questions you have. Open the overview slides. Thank you. So the first 3 are our CTE grants. Of those 3, there's only one that we have any control over, and that's the first one. So the CTE competitive, Cade Ballygad and I work together in the winter and spring to decide what new programs we want to pursue. And the state will accept applications for implementing or expanding industry sectors. One caveat with this is anything we start, they'll only fund for 2 years. And then after that, it falls in the general fund. So this grant for this year, the only part of our application that they approved was the TOSA position, Carrie Stack's position. So that's all that grant pays for, is the position that they approved. The next two are allocations. So they provide us with the budget that we have. The first one pays predominantly for competitions and supplies. So there are CTSO, career technical skills organizations that students are encouraged to travel to, and we provide for that. And then the supplies needed to run these programs. And then the third one is for items or opportunities outside of routine operational expenses. So we use this for OSHA 10 designations, for Serve Safe, for a field trip. We use it for 8th grade recruitment. And it just provides on top of the normal run of the courses. Do you guys want to talk like group by group, or you want to hear it all and then?
Go for it, Ms. Knighting.
So of these three, which are going away in 2 years, or are all of them going away in 2 years?
So it's the first one, the competitive, and it's not that it goes away, it's that it's only to implement or expand a program. So there's only 2 years where we're allowed to keep one program in that competitive funding source. And then we would need, and so that could be salaries, for example. But after those 2 years, when we're done implementing and expanding, the supplies for that can come out of the other two, but we can no longer request competitive funds for it.
But those two, do you have to apply for them, or are they just a given every year?
They're a given. The second two are just
So that's money we can count on, those last two, but the first one will be going away.
Just
not really
what
going-
we
it-
apply
it will
for.
be done.
Yeah.
It'll be done.
So, we can apply to expand the TOSA position. If we wanted to consider construction management, that would be the competitive funds just to help us get started.
Is that a different amount depending
It's-
upon our needs?
Yeah, so sometimes they fund, so like last year they funded a lot for fire science to get started. This year they only approved 1/2 of one thing we asked for. So it just depends on the total number of applications they get and what they choose to prioritize. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Zinke, did you have?
Are there any other grants, either federal or state or local, that you can apply for CTE? Because there's a lot of people that are really like CTE and think it should be expanded. Are there other areas that you could look into?
Ms. Stack and Mr. Ballagad and I are always looking for others. These are just the reliable state-funded official ones.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, the next chunk are our title grants, and this is the biggest portion of our funding outside of our special ed funding. So Title I is our second largest grant, it's $550,000. And that is specifically intended to provide services to students at high need schools, which is designated by free and reduced lunch. So schools with the highest percentage of students that receive free and reduced lunch are designated Title I schools. And these funds are meant to provide services over and above what they would receive at any other school. So the first chunk of this is just telling you what we do with that at the moment. This currently pays for our general education, early childhood programs, training. It provides intervention support at our Title I schools. There are mandatory set-asides. We have to put money into parent engagement. We have to put money into neglected and delinquent programs. We have to put money into homeless programs. And we have to provide money for private schools that opt in. So the private schools in our community are allowed to request funding for their students, and the ones that accept that, we are required to fund. That's Title I. Well, Part A. The next one's Part D. These are funds specifically for neglected or delinquent youth, and all of those funds right now are utilized at Jacobson High School. And so they're using it for math instruction, both to pay the salary for that person as a prep buy and to purchase a web-based program for math recovery. The next one is Title I little a, and this is specifically used at Aspire. And so they use this to fund an alternative education teacher that provides alternative instruction. So she's running different programs. She's overseeing the middle school changes that we made over the summer. And that's how they choose to utilize those funds. The next one is Title II. And Title II funds are specifically for induction and mentoring programs and for preparing, training, and recruiting educators. So we use that to fund a portion of PDC salaries and benefits. When PDC needs subs, a large portion of their subs comes out of this. It also provides other training, registration, professional development, and like all of them, equitable services to the private schools that request them. Title III, these are funds designated for our English language learners. And the goal is to help ensure that they are attaining language proficiency. So we use this to fund substitutes for our EL teachers to go to training if that's needed. It's not always needed because they don't always need subs, but if they do, there's a little there. Family engagement support. One requirement of this grant is that we provide family engagement to the community, and there's funds to support that. Technology. Last year, they bought some really amazing translators, curriculum for EL classrooms. And then Title IV is for student support and academic enrichment. And this year we utilize that as a bridge from the EPIC programs that came out of our COVID funds and our AB 495 grant. So with the loss of COVID, or with not COVID, of EPIC coaches at the sites, we provided a stipend to teacher leaders. So each site has a teacher leader that is supporting the staff and providing additional training. And so they'll receive a stipend out of Title IV. So one thing you'll see there is the expenditure is really low, and that's because they'll get that all as one stipend in the end of April. So it'll stay really low until April 30th. All right. Anything on title? You want to go on sped?
I have a question. Do we currently have any private schools in the area that have requested?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know. I was trying to look it up. I don't know if I'm allowed to share that publicly or not. So I need to double check with NDE if I can publicly share who opts in and for how much they receive. And if not, I can share that with you privately.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What we can share is numbers. So there was 2 schools that requested dollars. What was the dollar amount?
So out of Title I, it's somewhere around $50,000. Title II, III, and IV is a lot less, a couple hundred to a couple thousand, but Title I's a big chunk.
Do they take precedence over our schools and our students?
Not precedence, but it is required. So it's one of the things that we absolutely have to do with those funds. So basically, when we're allocating it, we have to get the set asides for family engagement, for homelessness, for neglected delinquent, for equitable services, which is the private schools. And then with whatever's remaining, it's split up by the population of students that are free and reduced lunch qualified at each site. And then out of that, we can also designate some at the district level for things like training or whatever is needed. We do some optional things, like we provide a Spanish language stipend basically for translation services. That's not required, but that is at a district level.
Yeah, and just to confirm with the board, we're requiring these outside private schools to follow our reimbursement process, correct?
Yes. So they used to just receive money, and we're not doing that anymore. So they operate through AGPM for my department, just like any other program does. So when they need something, they have to tell us up front what they're going to spend the money on. That's what we request it from NDE as, and that's the only thing that they're allowed to use it for. And then they email Janet, who's amazing, and she orders it and keeps track of it.
Okay.
So it's very accounted for, but it is required.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Our largest grant is Special Education Part B, and this is meant to ensure that students with disabilities have available a free, appropriate public education. And the important part of this is that it's the excess cost rule. So funds are required to pay for the excess costs of providing special education services. And so everything we do with that is there for you: salary and benefits for site aides, for school psychologists, for extended school year services throughout the summer, professional development, transportation, and so on. And then included in Special Education Part B underneath is early childhood. So this is an offset of that bigger grant. And this starts to pay for inclusive ed early childhood. So it pays some of the salaries and benefits for the aides, and it pays for general supplies and a little bit of professional development. And this is for students with disabilities ages 3 through 5. And then the other 2 are grants that our inclusive ed department went after rigorously and obtained. So the first one is an IDEA special project, and that is intended when we have very small number of students that require specialized personnel or services, we can go after these funds. And so this pays for the salaries and benefits for 4 people for our blind and visually impaired services for our students that need that. And then the last one is our portion of a grant that the state of Nevada got. So the state pursued and received funding to centralize and streamline transition services, the bottom of that slide. And basically this is our portion of training someone to do that. So they get a stipend and they have money to go to training and become our transition roadmap through innovation partnership specialist. And I don't know too much more about that, but Inclusive Ed does. So that's what the grant funds do. And if you have more questions about that, then they can probably talk about it a lot. Any questions about this special ed grant?
Do you want to ask? I'm sorry. What is that exactly does that mean? I was trying to process it in my brain and I'm not coming up with an answer.
That's what the funds do. But Dr. Mayfield, yeah, she's going to tell you that.
How do we use that?
Yeah.
So that grant was actually originally $10,000, and that pays a stipend to our transition coordinator, so that he can support our schools. They're rolling out this new website that helps with transition. So our students who are age 14 and older, part of the special education law is helping them develop career interests and have a plan for what they're going to do after graduation. And so this is a new tool that has been developed by the NDE, and we were able to get in on this cohort that's going through and rolling it out this year. So the funding is partially for the stipend because it does require additional work for our transition specialist. And then the other $4,000 that they increased upon my request was to send him to a conference where it's a nationwide conference that is for transition specialists. And so they wanted to have a Nevada team go. And I said, that's great. I don't have money for that. And they gave us an additional $4,000 to pay for that. So I was super appreciative for them for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mayfield.
All right. The last chunk are just miscellaneous grants that we receive. The first one pays for our adult ed program. And so that pays for salaries and benefits for somebody to run instruction. It pays for them to take the HiSET test, pays for just clerical needs like printing and copying and advertising. And it pays for the books that they would use for that. The next grant is McKinney-Vento. This pays for services for our students in transition, our homeless youth. The thing to know there is there are things that we absolutely have to pay for. We have to pay to transport students to their school of origin if they become displaced. So part of the answer to your earlier question of when the transportation budget exceeds and becomes part of general fund, it's often us because this grant is very rarely big enough to cover the needs of students to go to their school of origin. And we have to provide that for them. The other thing we have to provide is if they want money for like requesting a birth certificate, something that impedes their ability to go to school, for the parents to get a job, to get a rental unit, we have to help them with those things. And then on top of that, we provide as much as we can for yearbook, graduation caps, winter coats, hygiene supplies, as much as we can. Counseling services we've tried to provide, but all of those by law have to come secondary to transportation and records requests. The next grant is from you guys, so thank you. Our board intervention funds are about $44,000, and these are split up by the sites based on enrollment. And so the sites tell us what they plan to do with these funds with the goal of student intervention and school improvement. And then just like any program, that runs through our office. So as they spend it throughout the year, they work with Janet. So some are using it to implement programs for after-school tutoring, explorations, interventions, MTSS, all kinds of amazing things. And then the last one, second to last one, is a new grant that we got a few months ago. This was a grant through NDE for financial and operational efficiency. We applied for this and were approved funding to digitize our HR records. One thing that came out of the BATS was an awareness of how vulnerable our paper records are. So they're paying for us to digitize those. and a legal review of board policy, because there are some policies that are very out of date and are not currently as written compliant with law. So we're paying for some review of that. And the last one is the grants we receive through Rotary. So Rotary is incredibly generous to Douglas County School District. From their fall cycle alone, they've granted over $10,000 to various people throughout Douglas County. There's a list of various things they funded in that first grant, field trips and literacy fairs, programs, art supplies, hourly pay for math club, so many things. And they have another open cycle right now. So they have 3 a year that our staff apply for. And the last slide's just some definitions for you, some things you need to know as you're asking questions about grants. I'm only recommended to submit a revision to our first budget 1 to 2 times a year. So we have to designate what we're going to do with grant funds in the spring. And then we can start spending when school starts. And we really aren't supposed to change that all that much. They want to see that we've planned robust programs that we intend to fund and that we're not deviating too far from our initial intent. Another big need here is we're directed to supplement, not supplant, meaning we can't approach a grant asking the question, what can this remove from the general fund? Because then we're supplanting things that we already intended to fund. So if there's evidence that we already intended to fund something and then we move it into a grant, we're at risk of them requesting their money back. So the goal is to supplement things that we would not otherwise be able to fund if we weren't receiving these grant funds. And the only other big one on here that we haven't talked about is monitoring. So all these grant cycles have massive monitoring requirements to show that we're doing what we said we would do. A lot of the monitoring falls on my office. A lot of it falls on Ed Services, on Inclusive Ed, and on our PDC department, because a lot of these grants have professional development requirements, and we need to prove that we are offering professional development. And then a lot of them are directed through Ed Services. So Title 2, 3, and 4, they're the ones working with the EL department, for example. What are the needs of EL? And then they're telling me how to allocate this money. So they do a lot of the oversight and monitoring for those. Same with the special ed grants. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Zinke.
Ms. Mitchell, on these grants, is that our total for just this year? And there are also grants that were in the past that we are still getting revenue from this year?
A little bit. It's very difficult on Sue's side because NDE runs on a 27-month cycle and we run on a 12-month cycle. So they can, in theory, have 3 years of grants open when we only have 1. So we really try to spend down all of our money within a 12-month period just because our books reflect more accurately that way, as we noticed. But it's just not always successful. Sometimes we just can't spend it. A program changes or something changes. Sometimes they allocate more money or less money, so something changes on their end. So, for example, I think it's Title 4. We got a pretty big shift in allocation toward the end of last school year. So we're spending those funds from last school year now, and they only gave it to us in June. So.
Okay, yeah, the reason I ask is I added those all up from your presentation, and I'm sure I could have a moment where I type in something wrong, but it comes to roughly $3 million, and our previous audit that we went through tonight shows that it's closer to 6.4 million.
So there are some things, and I wish Sue was still here, I apologize. There are some things that are funded to us as grants, but there's no real oversight or management involved. So for example, a few years ago with the SB money for salary increases, that was funded as a grant, but it had one purpose and it wasn't run through my office like these are. These are grants that have, you know, you need to budget them and revise
different
them and monitor. Yeah. So there are grants that, not many of them, they're mostly state funded, very specific, and they run straight through Sue because they don't have any oversight involved. They just get spent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the federal sources for grants is quite a large number, and these don't come close to that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. We'll open it up for public comment.
about grants? All right, seeing as there is none, we will close public comment and move on to item number, where are we at? We're on number 8. Well, we pulled 7. Correct. We pulled 7. We'll do that at our December 18th meeting. So enrollment versus staffing ratios, Mr. Alvarado.
Okay, just to review today's agenda, we did plan all these items based upon the November 13th meeting, the request from each of the board members. We still have a list of other items we need to present to the board. Just know that we're trying to plan that methodically to set the foundational knowledge for all of you. So for this was a request to compare enrollment versus staffing. And we utilized the general fund analysis, which we took all of the data from all previous audit reports and 387 reports that are done by Sue in the business office to compile that general fund analysis. We still have to turn it into a public facing document, as Mr. Zinke requested that also be provided publicly. Today we launched a budget web page, which I will add the link to that web page in my recap for today's meeting. That's going to contain everything we're talking about in our meetings and links to the Did You Know messages that are going out to the school community. So for this document, if we can go to page, so we have terminology on page 2. I won't read that to you, but going to page 3, our table legend, it's important for you to understand which positions are funded out of each of these codes. So for instruction, the 1000 code, we fund classroom teachers, playground and kindergarten aides, classroom teachers and aides for special education. For student support, that's code 2100. We fund our social workers, our entire grants department, our counselors, our dean TOSA, and psychologist out of 2100. For staff support, code 2200. We fund library, ed services, and curriculum directors, our MTSS admin, our PDC department, and also secretary, teacher assistants. The next item is general admin. 2300 is the code. We did have a question from Mr. Masterson earlier about why did the 2300 code go up 97%. So I'll answer that as we're talking. But that used to just fund 2 positions, just the superintendent and the executive assistant for the superintendent and for the board. A few years back, when we get to the actual page here, I will show you when the funding for this changed from 2 positions to 4 positions, where the front desk position was added to this code, as well as the former director of marketing position, which is now changed to family engagement specialist in communication. So those other 2 positions are funded in there. Going to staff support, 2200 code, we fund our libraries out of this. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I went back up, sorry about that. So let's go to school admin code, 2400. We fund our principals, vice principals, and school secretaries. And then the next one, central support, that's 2500. Our business services department, our IT department, our HR department, and our warehouse employees are funded out of this code. Going to the next page, operations and maintenance, code 2600. We fund our custodial positions, our supervisor for custodial, maintenance and grounds, and security positions out of this. Transportation is code 2700. We fund our bus drivers, our transportation office staff, and vehicle maintenance staff. For other support, that's code 2900. That's where we categorize vacation and sick leave payouts, and that's where Sue has placed our SB 500 money, which is to provide salary increases to our classified and certified employees, but not administrators. Okay, going to the next page, this is the total summary of our FTE allocations by those budget codes with the overall enrollment. So for the enrollment, NDE asked us to put together enrollment in so many different formulas, but this specific one aligns with our declining enrollment report that was on the November 13th meeting. And Ms. Mitchell put that together using Q1 average daily enrollment. So it's the average daily enrollment for the entire first quarter of the school year. It's not validation day numbers, just so you know. So what you'll see here, there's a comparison from 2018 when the district had 5,756 students. At that point, we had 522 employees. Let's fast forward to the pandemic, which began in the early stages of 2020. And the district had about 100 less students and about 2 more employees at that point in 2020. I also want to shed light that students pre-pandemic had different types of needs. Once the pandemic came and post-pandemic, students are presenting with a lot more needs that we have to respond to as an institution and educate them and provide services to them. So moving forward, looking at 2022, so from 2020 to 2022, I'll just try to go every 2 years. The district started the reduction process. From that point, we were down close to 400 students from 2020. And if you notice, we reduced about 18 total FTE positions in that 2022 school year. So let's fast forward here 2 more years. Let's look at 2024. At this point, the district's down just under 800 students from 2018. And then in terms of positions, we're down 21 total FTE in comparison to 2018. So still headed in that downward trend. So in between 2024 and 25, there was some addition of positions. So we lost another 153 students from 24 to 25. There was 29 total FTE added from 24 to 25. And so that's, one of the reasons for the expenditure increases, right? When we add employees, it costs more money. And then looking from 25 into 26, we lost another 165 kids, somewhere around there. But we did make some reductions from last year coming into this year. About 47 total FTE from last year coming into this year. So that gives you your comparison by budget code. But I've also prepared this as a ratio. So going to the next page, it shows the ratios. And so looking at this, let's just look at 2026. So for every student, we have 18.18 employees. For every employee, we have 18 students that are in that object code. I may have just confused you because I mixed up those words. So for every 18.18 students, we have 1 employee funded out of the 1,000 code. I said it clearly that time. Okay, going down to the next one, student support. So for every 136.91 students, we have 1 employee funded out of the student support code. For staff support, for every 290.94 students, we have 1 employee funded out of the staff support. For general admin, so for every employee funded out of this, we have 1,163.75 students. For school administrators, so for every administrator, we have 93.10 students. For central support, for every employee funded out of that, we have 290.94 students. For operations and maintenance, for every employee, we have 77.58 students. And then for transportation, for every transportation employee, we have about 99.04 students. Comparing that, I don't think it's fair to look at 2018 numbers, although there is a comparison in future slides to 2018. But I just informed you the needs of students back in 2018 are much different than the needs of students from 2021 to present. As you look at that, the smaller the number gets on the student side, that just shows that we've added more staff in those areas. Going down to the next slide, this is the adjusted staffing based upon fiscal year 2018 with full student ratios here. So if we were to look at our ratios from 2018 and apply those to our 2026 staff, this shows us over in the far right how many employees we would be overstaffed if we were to use the similar staffing model of what we had in 2018 with that number of students. So currently it shows just over 60 FTE that we have over in comparison to that year. Once again, the needs of students have escalated. Going down to the next slide, I think it's a more fair comparison to look at fiscal year 2022 as it relates to this year, 2026. So if we were to apply the ratios to this school year, this shows us, the difference in the far right column, but we would be just about 36 positions over than what we had in 2022 with those ratios. So I said all that really fast. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Miller?
So in regards to this last slide where we're looking at obviously, 2022 to 2026, because we definitely don't want to reduce student support. What our students are coming in and needing. We obviously know that that's an issue. However, looking at this with this 36.03 as a difference, do we know if we were to make those reductions, what that amount would look like for salaries?
Yeah, so I can have Ms. Estes put that into a total dollar amount and then provide that to the board and also put it on the webpage.
Thank you. I think that it's good to see not saying that that's what we would do, but then it gives us like a number that, we are presented with an audit, we're presented with our ending funding balance being what it is. I think we have to look at every option. And I think if we have a dollar amount assigned to that rather than just a difference in a ratio, I think that might be helpful for future meetings.
Yes.
Mr. Zinke?
That was awesome. I didn't even hit the button yet. Superintendent Alvarado, could you explain what some of the increased needs are that you referenced a few times just now?
Yeah. So I've been in Douglas County for about 18 months. Anything I leave out, my cabinet is welcome to come to any of the 2 vacant seats and add more information to it. But I think around the whole nation and the whole world, we saw mental health issues arise at a faster rate than we've ever experienced. So social emotional support for our students has been one of the greatest needs. We've had escalating behaviors that we're having to manage and teach students what our expectations are at our school sites. And you've learned a lot about that through the wildly important goal meetings as you visited our schools. And so those are just 2 of them. And we have the loss of learning that we have to remediate and help students recover, which requires more people. And so, based upon what I've reviewed and what I'm looking at, the expenses the district has incurred has been with really good intent to serve the needs of kids and provide, services to the whole child, not just to one certain demographic, like not just to our gifted and talented, not just to our ELs, not just to our at-risk, but to every kid, in the district. We've done the best that we possibly can to serve them. And so cabinet members, if there's anything you wanted to add, I can also add inclusive education, right? That is the one area that we're increasing enrollment. And the students that are coming into the district have some needs that we have to provide services for that cost money. And we're not built with a whole continuum of the least restrictive environment. We don't have some of those most restrictive environments that sometimes kids need to make the progress that's required. And so this year we did decide to add some autism programs. Next year we will have to consider behavior type programs. So that way we can better serve our population. But in terms of, if our Ed Services Department wants to come up and talk about, turnover of staff and the necessity of providing professional development, Okay, yeah, so they'll dive into those things on the 18th. But is there anything else that anyone else wants to add?
So, based on that increased need, is it in your opinion that the reason you gave us the fiscal year 2022 versus the current time is that's when those new needs would have been answered compared to now?
I gave you that comparison so you can see the district's position. Pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, we had to respond and react to our students' needs, and that required additional staff.
Yeah, I certainly don't think it's fair to compare to 2018.
Yeah.
Especially NRS has changed and there are more requirements. I just was curious if it was just 2 years prior and 2 years since for the fair quote unquote comparison.
Yeah, and for the comparison, you know, I've heard many different opinions, like we need to cut everything that was added. Well, some things were added with a purpose, right? And so you being able to see pre-pandemic ratios to post-pandemic ratios to present day, I felt was important for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
So when you were talking about behavior, are we, like, obviously this would be part of family engagement though, but are we getting our parents involved in that aspect? Because I think that's also something, like, if our kids are at school, 8-10 hours a day with their bus routes and things like that, and then they go home and we're not emulating what we're trying to expectations in the school versus what's being expected at home. Like, I just don't know if that's an outreach thing that we need to be doing. I'm just kind of rambling with thoughts.
Yeah, it's not directly related to this ratio and presentation, but I can tell you that Ed Services and Inclusive Education will present an overview on the 18th. And we can ask them to dive a little deeper into discipline. You know, we are relaunching MTSS. You know, we started that work last year and hoping to revive those systems.
Mr. Burns?
We look at that in the numbers and continually scoring is dropped and dropped and dropped. Fortunately, this is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first year we've turned up. And that says a lot for the employees, the teachers and stuff. But we've got different times, and different times is difficulties. And the state is not keeping up with what we have to spend. We just don't have it. I'm not talking just us. I'm talking all the schools. They're more and more put on the schools, and what they're giving us in increases each year per student comes nowhere near what we need in order to do what we really would want to do with the kids because of their needs. It's kind of like a dog chasing its tail. You're never going to catch up. And I think unless the state steps up and sees this problem and does some kind of act on it, sad to say, we're going to have to do what we have to do in order to put financially back into place. Do any of us want to do that? Absolutely not. But that's where our hands are tied, and the state's going to have to do something to change, or the federal government. But we've got the problems, it's getting worse, but we're not really keeping up with it.
Yeah, and how I can respond to that, Mr. Burns, is we're going to have to change as well. You know, there's decisions that the board will have to make here in the near future. If we continue to do things the way that we do them, we're going to continue to get the same results. And we know that financially we can't continue on this path. And so we're going to truly have to think outside the box and set our district up for the future.
Well, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And sometimes we think that's where we're at, and we have to break that. And you're right, we have to change.
All right, at this time, we will open it up for public comment. Any online? All right, then we will close public comment. Any further questions for Mr. Alvarado? All right, then we will move on to agenda item number 9, budget reduction ideas. Mr. Alvarado.
Yeah, so this is just an open platform for the board to discuss any ideas that you have. And then the next item, because we can do a flexible agenda and combine items, you're also welcome to request future agenda topics. We still have a few other things to present to you on the 18th, and we haven't planned any special meetings in January yet. We do have one regular meeting on January 15th. So if you'd like, you can combine these two items and begin the discussion.
Okay, then let's go ahead and do that. We'll combine agenda item number 9 and number 10, budget reduction and future agenda item topics. Who would like to start us off? Mr. Zinke?
So I mean, obviously there was a maybe slightly contentious interaction with Sue regarding that money. We definitely need to take a deep dive into the government investment there. I think I made that clear. So that's obviously one thing. It does look like a reduction of staff is both recommended and clearly required. But looking at the previous graph, there are some numbers that are pretty in line over the years. And I would say specifically instruction is a very similar number, even pre and post pandemic. Whereas transportation, again, could be requirements. That's obviously information we would need, but very similar to our school district 1,100 kids ago. And so I would like a recommended baseline. If it's that 2022, certainly we can discuss that. But also in regards to job description, there are some schools that have vice principals, some have principals, some have counselors, some don't have those positions. And clearly someone is filling that void. And so I'd like to see where, and maybe that's a question for some of the other cabinet members or even just each school site. But if there's a need for a particular position at one school versus another, maybe the allocation can be manipulated in the job description because, I know some schools that I believe, does Pinion have a vice principal?
No.
And their numbers are amazing. And so it doesn't, at least in that school. And again, I understand the socioeconomic difference between Pinion Hills and Scarcelli. I get that. And that certainly plays a role. But I would also tell you, Mr. Reed is an incredible principal, and he takes a lot of he takes his job very seriously, but he also has increased his required duties at the school. So is there across the board anywhere that positions can be, moved into one position that the person used to do back in the day, or that is just a little bit more added to their plate, with exception, obviously. I know one of the big ones is bullying reports are huge and they take a long time to fill out, and other positions may be needed for that. Is that necessary or is it a luxury? And that's perception, right? Which is very difficult. And so I don't know where we can come up with solutions in that regard, but certainly there are ratios that are out of line compared to years past and even prior to and after the pandemic.
Do you mind if I respond to just a couple of things?
Please.
So we provide staff allocations through a set criteria. That set criteria was developed in 2021. Ms. Dwyer has worked with our administrators, a small group, to come up with recommendations on how to adjust that criteria. And then she followed up with me and we made further adjustments to that criteria. In January, you will receive a presentation on that staffing allocation criteria. You'll get the old one, you'll get the new one, and you'll have an opportunity to approve that or make recommendations for changes, because that's all part of your purview of responsibilities. You have that authority as a board. And then Ms. Peters is
so
up
the,
here.
the 2022 is not recommended. It's just
It's based
overview.
upon what our actual
Okay.
were. So the audit that you had today, that's based upon the actuals that we spent our money on that year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will be a voice and an advocate again, whether it is helpful or makes a difference or not, but I feel like it's my duty to advocate for elementary assistant principals. My experience prior to coming here was in Lyon County. I was an elementary principal for 6 years at Dayton Elementary School, Title I school, pre-K through 6th grade, about 400-ish students. So a little bit bigger than most of our elementary schools here, but similar with regard to needs of Title I students. I was the principal pre-pandemic and principaled through the pandemic, and I can tell you that the years post-pandemic were even worse than the year when I was driving around Dayton and Mound House dropping off packets because we didn't have devices for our students and delivering food. I was a principal when NEPF became the new evaluation system, and it is a bear for administrators to get all of those observations done within the NRS timelines. And then, like Mr. Zinke said, you throw in a bullying report, which has NRS very specific timelines that all of our administrators do a really good job, I think, of following. But I can tell you from being a principal and prior to that, a middle school assistant principal, when you get that parent phone call or you get the student that writes the report or you get a teacher coming in and saying, hey, I just witnessed this or had this reported, everything else goes by the wayside. So you might have wanted to be an instructional leader that day, and now you have become a detective for possibly the next 2 days, and it's parent phone calls and it's lots of student interviews and sometimes going back and re-interviewing. And so my concern is if we get rid of vice principals who help the principal do those things, we end up with site administrators, principals who really can't be instructional leaders. And in a time when we're also concerned with academics and student achievement, how does all of that get done? I think we end up losing people to a district like Lyon County where they have a full-time assistant principal and a counselor at every elementary school. And the drive is 35 minutes with the freeway. So I have advocated, I think, in every cabinet meeting. Frankie and Jeannie can probably attest to that. Mr. Brown has been a principal, but he was, I think I am the most recent principal to move into a different position. And so I feel like I owe it to the principals that I supervise to speak up for them with some of that knowledge and experience that I have pretty recently lived through myself.
In regards to that, if we combine 2 elementary schools, would that facilitate being able to afford a vice principal and a principal at that? Would that help in that regard?
I think you have to have a principal and a vice principal if you start combining schools. I know that they're working on a staffing matrix, but I just think that's a big ask. That's a big lift to combine, even if you have 450 students and you are one person, and with the number of students also, like Mrs. Dwyer said, some of our staffing increases for instruction and support staff are because we're getting more students who are coming to us with IEPs. And so those are then IEP meetings that have to have a site administrator as the LEA. That's another litigious situation that site administrators really need to be on top of. And so you have that, and you have a bullying report, and you were supposed to be in this classroom observing a teacher today for their, first observation because they're a new teacher, and you have to do 3 of those. I mean, it's a big job, the toughest job I've ever had. And I think if we don't give them some support, I think we lose some really great administrators to neighboring districts.
Mr. Zinke?
So I hope it doesn't, I'm looking for any position, not just vice principals. So I think some schools, if there's a counselor that doesn't get utilized as often as he or she should, or a school nurse, or I mean, literally any position that is not being used to their full potential because of the class size or the school size. And so, yes, certainly there's a number at 450. It would seem pretty ludicrous to not have a principal and a vice principal. Where is that number on the other end? 150, 200, where only one position is needed, right? And that's what I'm asking for. So it sounds like you have a matrix already, and we'll get that in January, but that's where I'm going with that. I would love to save every single position in our school district. I'd also love to not be in the hole, the millions we are. And so somewhere in there is as close as we can get to a right answer regarding all the positions. It just does look in this particular, the ratios, the enrollment, whatever it is, there's one that has stayed very constant, and there are several that have gone the other way. And yes, needs have dictated that we do need some more support in areas. I would just like to identify those areas, identify the ability of our admin and our staff to do more if they can, and their willingness to do so, certainly part of your point, and how that equates to a savings or a lack thereof. So that's, I'm not advocating for any one position to be eliminated. I just want to know where we do the best good with the least amount.
That makes sense. I just had to be on my soapbox for a minute because I'm pretty passionate about that. So
I appreciate it.
apologize if-
Leslie, Ms. Peters, I absolutely appreciate it.
Mr. Burns.
It really comes down to, the tough decisions and decisions based on numbers and what we have to do. It's I've had to deal with different things as my job, and with difficulty in offices and behind financially and stuff. It's on the same order, but it's not the same thing. But the fact is, you just flat out have to look at everything. And I'm just going to throw out a couple. Doesn't mean anything. It's not my opinions. It's just something that I put down on numbers. C.C. Manelli is capacity of 654. We have 345 there. That's half. Garcelli is 586 capacity, 281. That's way less than half. Now, if you, and then I minus 3%. So on Garcelli, I didn't do it with C.C. Manelli, but then you got Jack's Valley is 349, and you've got capacity of 628. Pinion Hill, 686 capacity with 257. You start taking the percentages as we're losing, and I was conservative at 3%. You're down to, there's 4 schools right there that are running half or less than half, and we can't afford that. You just can't afford it. And we have to look at those, see what it's going to cost. If we combine them, you have to look at all the numbers, the effective numbers of cost to combine too. You just can't say we can combine this, but you've got a number of if you combine them, I've just thrown out, you're looking at 588 on a combination of 2 and 606. So you're under the capacity of 2 of these schools to take and combining them. But you're going to have to shuffle teachers because it's going to be larger. But you're going to be cutting staff, and definitely you'll be cutting the cost of operating a whole building. So I'm saying that we need to look at all this stuff. Not that we're making decisions, but we have to make, it should be on the agenda of doing those comparisons and start figuring the tough factors. And I can sit here and apologize that what we have to do, it's what we have to do. And I hate doing it. I hated it before when I was, working, and I don't like it now. And I don't think there's one board member here that would disagree with that. We all hate it. But the fact is, we have to do something. And what's it going to take to do it? And we have to look at all angles. And I think it's just a factor of, it just makes sense that you've got schools with half or less running. And that's just going to catch out. You can't keep doing that. So that's my opinion on it. I know that's the elephant in the room, but not to talk about, but that's the facts. That's the numbers. And that's what you have to operate on. Thank you.
Ms. Jansen?
So to add on to what everybody else has said, you can't make any staffing decisions till you make building decisions. So you have to go from the big decisions. Once you decide what you're going to do with the schools, then you can figure out staff by knowing how many kids are going to be at each school. I don't think you can do that until you make your big decisions. So.
Ms. Knighting?
I was just going to ask Mr. Alvarado, if you combined schools like this, could it possibly, if you kept teachers, actually drive the ratio to teacher to student down?
You know, I expected a conversation similar to this tonight, and so I've started to look at that. In my initial analysis, you know, the board can make a decision to retain all teachers and make no teacher reductions, and that would drive our class sizes down lower than what they are present day. But I haven't gone into any cost savings or any analysis on what that would bring back into the general fund or, you know, reduce our expenditures. So that is the work that I would need to do and have that prepared for you to analyze and discuss.
A question on, as we're talking about school consolidation, would we look at redrawing boundary lines for schools? And what would that cost? What does that entail? Yeah, entail. What does it entail?
Mm-hmm.
What's the process?
So
all of those things.
Yep, there is a module within Infinite Campus. We currently have not purchased that module. I don't have a cost for that, but we could definitely proceed with the purchase and then look at where our students are populated and then redraw boundaries. But I think what we should do is look at the analysis of consolidation first before we look at adjusting boundaries. That would come after that.
Right. Had another question? Totally forgot.
I think, you know, when you look at that, there's going to be a factor, and I heard transportation discussed, and they were using an elementary on the south and an elementary on the north end. That's you can't do that. That just doesn't make sense. If you've got them close to each other, and that's a combination of putting them together, that's going to be easier on transportation, and that's going to be easier on kids not traveling from one end of town to the other. You just have to look at them and the closest ones to each other. Is it feasible, or should we? Yeah, it's a lot of discussion, a lot of figuring. You're the best at it, so we'll everything I've seen, you blow my mind on it, but that's what we hired you for.
I remembered my question. Is the boundary redraw, is that a decision that we make as a school district, or is that something that like the county makes, or?
It's operational, so I could make that decision, or I can bring it to the board for a decision.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Miller?
I think also what we have to look at is when Ms. Dwyer comes back with our per pupil per grade at each school. Because you may have already 75 kindergartners at one school, and then you have 75 kindergartners at another school. That's now 150, So I think that's also something we have to take in consideration. I think also, obviously there's capacity at the lake schools. So I think that that's also something that needs to be taken into consideration, is if we are talking about consolidating schools in the valley, what about then busing? I mean, we have kids that are being bused from TRE out. So what about busing kids from the valley up to the high school or up to the elementary school? I don't know what that capacity per student is going to look like, but I think we need to look at that to maximize our per pupil usage and our capacity along with it, if that makes sense.
I think it's also important if we consolidate schools, what are we going to do with our buildings? Right? A building left unmaintained just goes to ruin very quickly. So are we going to use them in a different way? Is that cost effective? What would that look like? So we have to have those conversations. I also, I'm just going to throw this out there, but our last meeting, we talked about the dog park. What if we just sold the district office? We're not utilizing it. Could that money go into our general fund? What would that look like? Is the town of Minden interested in buying it? So those are conversations, I think, opportunities.
Would that be just the dog park or the whole thing?
That would be the whole thing.
I-
And then we no longer have that liability. It's something to investigate.
Okay, and I can tell you from the sale of any facility we have goes into the Building and Sites Fund.
Okay.
And Ms. Esses did mention we still have just a little bit of money left over from the Kingsbury sale. That was the $500,000 that turned from major funds into minor funds.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I can at least
So it
answer
couldn't
that
go
piece.
into general funds.
No. No, but I can explore, because you've given me authorization to negotiate with the
Mhm.
town of Minden. I can explore that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Would that go into the fund that she's talked about, that you can draw from, the investment fund?
No, it'd go to Building and Sites.
Okay.
I was just going to ask,
It's
is there any way to, does the interest, if we put that in Building and Sites, but in like an interest-bearing fund, can we use the interest in general funds, or does that have to stay?
So we can choose to put that in the all funds investment account and then get the interest.
And then we can spend that then?
Yeah, but Sue also.
We don't know if we can spend it.
Sue. This is-
Just the interest. We can't spend the interest?
So what she mentioned about interest is she tries to allocate the interest evenly out to those restricted buckets. So she does have a way of doing that. Yeah. But we will get an answer on the investment account sooner than later.
So I don't think there's actually, I'm going to disagree quite a bit here. I don't think there's a perfect hierarchy of the timeline of how this needs to take place. The bottom line is we need to save X number of dollars. And the idea would be we save X number of dollars by keeping things as constant as we can, or as close to where they are now. And so we can't make decisions on consolidating schools without information of how many positions that would save and how many kids, the unintended consequences of, are we going to lose kids? We don't have a crystal ball for that. But that's significantly more convoluted than figuring out the staff requirements first for the number of students and the idea and the matrix that you all have. And even just doing that, if that was enough savings to maintain, there are still then schools that make sense to combine. I would never suggest sending kids up to the lake. Rather, I would suggest sending the kids from the lake down. If it's the distance is the constant, that makes a little more sense. Or making Zephyr Cove and George Whittle a K through 12. They are clearly at the least amount of capacity combined. We already made the decision years ago to get rid of Kingsbury Middle School for a very similar situation. And so, but those I still think are outside of where we are right now. I think decisions can be made to keep things as close as we can to what they are now until information is provided that says otherwise.
You're absolutely right about that. We don't intend on, or at least the officers, I'll speak on your behalf if you don't mind, because we have the most dialogue. We don't intend to agendize an action item until the board feels fully prepared to make a decision. So that's why we're trying to build the foundational knowledge, and we will do the analysis and the cost savings first before you even have to consider a decision, and your decision won't happen at the same meeting.
There's one thing that we must do, and that's why I said earlier about there's different goals, but there's one thing that we must do, and that's to bring that $4.5 million. We can't do that again. So that has to be targeted first. make sure that we don't wind up any part of that coming back to us on next year. Then you should be working on the goals according to how many kids we're going to lose, and based on bringing that back into focus, financial control, so we don't wind up ever tapping into that amount. In fact, we should be putting it back in. We should be replacing what we took out at 4.5 million already.
What's the point of having reserves?
Well, as my discussion with Sue there, is if you use, it's at home, you just go out and borrow money to do what you got to do. In schools, I just don't see the purpose. When you deplete that, if you deplete that, then something comes up even worse, you're in big trouble. It's not like you just go out and get a loan. Now you got to repay that, and states don't look well at that. So,
To give you a more realistic example, if we have a severe storm and have severe damage to a building and have to vacate that building, that rainy day fund can help, with the repairs if insurance doesn't cover it.
With all due respect, I think it's raining. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, if the cliches and the stereotypes and all of that set aside, that, it's used for emergencies, it becomes down to the description of when is an emergency an emergency. And when we're talking about self-preservation and people's livelihoods, we're at an emergency. And when we're talking about the school district being short, yes, there are required reserves for specific reasons, of which we don't get to know what the specific reasons are, or we don't necessarily know what they are. But, with all due respect, emergency is in the eye of the beholder, and it feels like we're in an emergency. And so if the bearings of our school district can be brought to a sustainable number, and in the meantime, some of that money can be used with the intent of putting it back to save the school district regardless, both with cuts that are clearly necessary and paying back reserves that we used to have plenty of, that's where we're trying to get. And so, I disagree that we can't use that. I think we should be sparingly using it, or try not to use it. But if it's there to use and we can make the appropriate cuts to save money to get back in balance, that's why it's there.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. That's why we're going to the Department of Taxation on December 10th. And they'll make a determination on our fiscal status, which they can either place us in fiscal watch or place us in severe financial emergency, in which, reviewing that criteria with Department of Treasury, we meet more than one criteria for severe financial emergency. And we would be one of very few institutions that have skipped fiscal watch and jumped directly into severe financial emergency.
Ms. Knighting?
I was just going to comment that if we spend the money to get ourselves out, what we're doing is we might get out of it now, but if we continue to do what we're doing, we will be right back in it, because our revenue and expenditures are completely off. So I would love to be able to, help get us out, but we have to do something, especially based on the projections, to be sure that
I'm
we're not
saying
just,
both as well.
yeah,
I'm
we
saying exactly
digging
that.
ourselves right back into another hole.
I'm saying exactly that.
Yeah, agreed.
You're gonna, look at the country today. We're 30-some trillion dollars in debt. And it's because of poor financial structure. And so it seems to be a big thing, but it seems to flow everywhere. And hey, we're good. We're good. We're going to get through this. But we have to make sure that we're not in that position again. And if the state takes over, per se, if they come in, they will tell you what you will cut and what you won't. And that's what I don't want to see. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right. They could take the authority from the board to make these decisions.
Exactly.
Yes.
Let's show them that we can make this turnaround and put it in proper perspective, because the worst thing I want to see is them piling on top of already what we're going to have to do and then they'll turn around and do more. I'm not for that. I want to see if we can change things and save it on our own. Then we still have the control.
So I have quite a few ideas and future agenda items that I've taken from this conversation. Is there anything else the board wants me to prepare or you want to discuss tonight?
Ms. Knighting?
Is there a way to get a dollar cost? How much do you save in consolidation? I mean, if you were able to consolidate, say, anything you could consolidate, how much do we save per consolidation in those? Because I'm not so sure that just cutting teachers or staff or transportation, just making cuts, that you're going to get anywhere near $4 million. I mean, even $1 million at some of these people, some of the people that work, I mean, you would have to cut a lot of people to get to that. And I just don't see how you can get to the kind of numbers we need without more drastic.
Yeah, so part of the consolidation analysis, I will provide you a cost savings.
Okay. Will that also include what we do with the empty building?
I can come up with some ideas, but
But then there's a cost associated with those.
correct.
Yeah. As it stands right now, we own all of our buildings, correct?
We own them all. We have water rights up at Jacks Valley. So there's a well that feeds Jacks Valley in Indian Hills community. We did get a request to consider transferring rights to that well from Indian Hills, which I denied last school year.
Right. I don't know that we can sell the rights to.
I don't know if it's smart to sell water rights in the
Yeah,
valley.
no,
I
that's
just don't, no
invalid.
matter what our situation is, but I'm open to hear if you guys want that on the list.
Well, I think some of this too boils down to, we're talking about consolidating schools for capacity and strictly in a capacity and utilize portion of the school sense. There's also some age discrepancies in these schools. Paulo is significantly newer than Carson Valley Middle School. Scarcelli significantly newer than CC Manili. Maybe not significantly so, but pretty new in comparison. Jacks Valley, I believe, is the same age as Manili. That's why they're identical schools. Pinion Hills is new. So there's more to just combining schools. And some of these, when you combine them, they go one way, but not the other based on the capacity of the school.
Correct.
One of those being Manili can hold 30 more students than Scarcelli. And I think those numbers are probably pretty set in stone, maybe the fire codes or something like that, I would imagine.
Yeah. Based upon class size ratios.
Yeah. And then with the water rights, I would suggest if we don't use them for anything, selling them would be an amazing idea, depending on how much they get per acre foot and et cetera. If there's no need for them by the school district, the money is certainly more necessary. Now, if there's obviously a need, that would be something to look at.
Yes, we do use them. They need to be serviced every couple of years. And so the next service, you already received a legal guidance memo from our attorney for the water rights. And I believe that next time it has to be serviced is in early 2027. We have to have it inspected and serviced.
Ms. Miller?
So we talked about owning the building, but I know some of our land, we do not. For instance, up at the lake, that land is in a trust with George Whittel. And if it's not used for educational purpose, it would have to revert back to the trust. So I think we have to look at that when we're also talking about combining schools, is we have to look at property. Like if we don't own the property, what are the restrictions for that? So while I understand you can just bus the kids from the lake down here, however, you're not gaining anything by consolidating when those schools have already gone through consolidation. They did this back in 2012. We just started that fire science program, things like that. There's benefits to that small school. Their AP exams, you have the higher pass rates, things like that. So I think we also have to take a look at that when we're looking at consolidations, because you have 3 schools in our school district that are 5 stars. I think that's huge to have those ratings, those 5-star ratings. So I think we need to also take a look at what those principals, what those sites are doing, when we talk about consolidation, because obviously they're doing something right. And then how could we maximize that for them?
Along those lines, Trustee Miller, there is a cost that is associated with those schools that is pretty substantial compared to the rest. And I don't think it would be in the best interest of a school district to run a school at a significant deficit, albeit a 5-star school. That's, I mean, if it was just that school in that school district, you wouldn't let it run at a deficit. But we let it run at a deficit because the perceived requirement for it, sure, but also because it's generally funded from other schools in the valley. So that's a slippery slope. If we're gonna split hairs on the cost of schools, it runs a giant deficit.
Well, and then I think to what Trustee Miller was saying is if we were to consolidate and move those kids down to the valley, we would lose the ability to educate our students up there. But what would happen to our buildings if the land went back to the trust? I think that's something to ask and find out.
So also with that, you potentially are not gaining any revenue because those students might not come down to the valley. You might only have 15% of that. So you can't look at just, okay, you close those schools, and so all that revenue is going to come back down here. That revenue, you're maybe going to get 15 to 30% of that revenue staying in the school district. So is that also worth it? Plus, you also have to look at when the Tahoe Township was made back, I believe it was in 96. There was, I don't know if it's a formal agreement or not, but one of the pushes back in 96 was to create a Lake Schools with Incline community, because obviously the difference for Incline and Zephyr are different from like the Washoe Valley and the Carson Valley, just based on geographics. So I don't know how, I've heard this, I haven't found it yet, but when the Tahoe Township was made, it was told that there would always be an education opportunity locally for those students. So I think we also need to pursue that as well, to make sure we're not violating something that was done before all of us.
I think it needs to be weighed also with combining into one building and do a K through 12. So you have to weigh that up there. We just have to look at it all. We can hash it over, but until we see numbers and cost effective, we're not going to be able to really discuss it effectively.
Your list keeps growing.
It's manageable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you combined a K through 12, you have to revamp bathrooms. You're going to have to figure out a playground. I mean, there's going to be a lot more than just having middle school and high school together, because those kindergartners, yes, they know those juniors, seniors, sophomores, they've been, they're on the same bus going home. But when you combine that, those needs are very different at those different levels. Whereas when you have that elementary school versus a secondary, they're more similar. You have a K through 5 or a K through 6 program versus a 6 or a 7 through 12. I think by just keeping it by those two, and you're already running a K through 12 program at the lake. You have one principal, you have one vice principal, you have one counselor, you have a shared PE teacher, you have a shared art teacher, you have a shared music teacher with the Valley. So I think that those schools have been maximizing what they can share with either the Valley or each other already.
I know you had a number on how much it costs per student in the different schools. Do you have a number what it costs per student at the lake?
Yeah, it's on the cost study. There's two versions. One includes all the capital projects, and that's an escalated number. So I wouldn't use the all funds. I'd look at, the general fund and IED funds.
I think that's, we need to look at that in combination to combining them. I'm sure that's what you're going to do. When you figure the numbers, it's if you consolidate two schools, how much are we saving? How much, how much is it costing us per child? That type of thing. I'm sure that's what you're going to be looking at too.
We definitely saw all of those last special meeting. Lots and lots of those exact numbers presented. I
Any other thoughts? All right.
You can do public comment or no public comment.
Well, we did public comment all the way through, but I'm fine with opening up public comment.
That's up
last
to you.
time.
Yeah.
You don't have to keep writing your name on the list.
Christine Ensign, thank you. And thank you for all the hard questions and hard discussions you're having. I just wanted to add, in our group, we've had lots of discussions about this and trying to brainstorm. And, ratios you spoke about last meeting and this meeting, maintaining ratios is much, much, much easier to do when you have a big group. If you have a large group, you can maintain ratios. You can have a few classes that are a little bit smaller and some that are a little bit bigger, but you can easily maintain ratios. But when you have schools that are operating at less than half capacity, when you have tiny classes, there are benefits there, but there are huge costs, and it's really hard to maintain ratios unless you have big numbers. So that's number one. And I think that you could keep a vice principal easier when you consolidate as well, because if you have more numbers, right, it warrants more admin. So I think it's a hard decision, and I live at the lake, and I love the lake. But in all my brainstorming, it's the biggest money saver. If we bring the Battelle kids down here, you're saving over $2 million just in students. And if you're not gaining revenue, you're reducing cost. It's $20,000 extra. We are a public school district. We can't afford to run a private school. And we pay more per student than the incline private school charges per student. And it breaks my heart to say it, but I don't see how you can, in good conscience, do that and operate a public school system.
Thank you. Any other public comment? We have 2 online. All right. Thank you.
Hi, Jeremy Height, 19-year teacher within the district and parent of potentially 2 future kids within the district. I just wanted to point out, it was brought up at last meeting that potentially 4-day week would be visited during the financials part of the discussion. So I was hoping we could maybe add that to a future agenda items or something where we could identify the cost saving of a 4-day week. I know it's worked wonders up at the lake. So that would be really a helpful thing to potentially consider the cost of transportation, the cost of janitorial, secretarial, all that sort of stuff that we could potentially be saving on. So thank you guys for looking into this.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Joshua Lang.
We had you, but we cannot hear you anymore.
Hear me now?
Yes, there you are.
Okay. Hi, this is Joshua Lang. I have a quick question about combining schools. If you combine, let's say, Scarcelli and CC was discussed in this, CC Manili is a Title I school. What would the impact be? Would we lose our Title I grant money, and would that impact our financials? Also, I wanted to talk about if you close a lake school, the cost per student there is real high because of seniority too of teachers. Those teachers will pretty much bump teachers back down at the valley because they have seniority rights. So we really wouldn't be saving the cost. We're still, either way, when we do our calculations of whatever school we close, we're going to be saving the money of the salaries of the lowest, newest teachers. Those are the teachers that are going to be laid off. We're not going to save the salaries of the senior teachers. Also, we have to consider closing a lake school. If we're going to bust them down, there's going to be a lot of transportation costs included with that too. So I just wanted to talk about that and then find out more about a possible loss of Title I status would be devastating to our district, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. Maybe when we're done with public comment.
Hi, I'm Katie Jensen, for the record. I'm a teacher and a parent of 2 students here in the district, and I just wanted to, I don't want to harp on it too much, but it is hard for me as a teacher and a parent to look at the kids that I see every day and my own children and say, you are worth 1/3 as much as some of the other students in the district. The fact that we spend 1/3 as much on these kids and 3 times as much on some kids who have less programs, less access to some of the other opportunities is hard, just mathematically. But also, we're talking about people. And I know that the people at Whitell matter too. And it's a really tough decision, but it's 3 times is a lot of money. The last commenter mentioned that we wouldn't save money because of teacher salaries. But if we're losing $20,000 on every single one of those kids, then we're not doing a $20,000 paid, even if it was $20,000 extra for each of those teachers who bumped a teacher, there's not that many teachers to account for those students, if that makes sense. Following my train of thought there. I think that all kids matter, and that's why I'm a teacher. But I think that these are hard decisions, and we need to really look at the numbers and try to take as much of the emotion out of it as we can. And it's really hard because every single thing is tied to emotion for me and for all of you. But I think that those numbers really matter. And I know you were asking about those, but I was here in November when those were presented, and I really encourage you to pull that up again to look at those numbers, because it was 34,000 for Whitell and 11,000 for Douglas. So thank you.
Thank you. We have one more online. Okay.
Hello, my name, oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tara Lynn. I am a parent up at the Lake Schools. I also attended the schools up here. I was the class of 2012. That means that my class was the last one to go through KMS, and I remember when that closed down. And I just wanted to say I know a lot of people up here would not send their kids down to the valley for school for so many reasons. Convenience, safety, driving the buses even up and down Kingsbury once, I know is a big ask in the first place. But I was just kind of cruising and looking around a little bit, and I do know that there are some teachers up here who have just been teachers for a long time. I'm 31. Some of the teachers up here were my teachers when I went to school, and they make a lot more money. They just do. So I don't know how all that works, but if what you guys are saying is true, that if you guys will have to end up keeping those teachers anyways, I think that yes, objectively there are those numbers. And if I remember correctly, at that meeting where you had brought up the cost per student, I think there was like some sort of repair that had to happen at a Whitell during that period of time. So maybe we could figure out what that number is without that, unusual repair cost. But either way, it would just, there's more to it than just looking at that cost per student. And I just hope that, like the person before me said, we can take the emotions out of this a little bit and really take all of the whole big picture into consideration. And, maybe some of the schools down in the valley can do what we do up here and share some principals and share some teachers and stuff. I mean, we're making it work. So there's so many ways we could go about this. And I just wanted to, speak up. And I know so many people who really, value having the schools up here. And I think that there's more to it than just that cost per student is showing. Thank you all so much for including the public on this. And I really appreciate getting the chance to hear everybody's thoughts on all of it.
Thank you. Ms. Bunch?
Beth Bunch. Okay, so I agree that you have to take your emotions out of it, make the proper fiscal decisions, and I know they're going to be difficult. What happens to buildings after you move out? I grew up in Carson City, and those schools became office buildings, and the grounds eventually became a dog park. So yeah, they have another life, once you vacate a building. So, I don't know what revenue you get out of it, but yeah, there's life after a school closes. I saw quite a few in Carson close. Schools that closed in Nevada, I think Gerlach was one school, it closed. Gabbs, they might still have an elementary school. I don't think they have a high school anymore. But yeah, there's a lot of small areas that lose their schools, and it happens. And whether or not, where those kids go, where they got bused, whatever, it happens. And so I just encourage, as, Melinda said, you can't go and take money out of a fund and not change your habits. And she's very right on that. I mean, just because the money's there, it's like when you own precious metals, you do not cash that in until you really have to. So that's where I was thinking when you said just grab it, and then you're very brilliant saying you can't just take the money and not change anything. So yeah, there's going to have to be tough decisions, and definitely the emotions are going to have to come out, and not, don't use the emotions if at all possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Laka.
Hello. I am Amanda Lacka. I am a teacher in the district and also a parent of a student in the district. I just wanted to point out a couple numbers just based on some of the comments that we've heard. We talked about the difference in spending on a child at Whitell versus Douglas High School being about $20,000 per student. And if we just estimate 75 kids, we're spending $1.5 million on the students at that school compared to the same number at Douglas High School. If we talk about the teacher salary difference, let's say there's 10, which I think there actually might not be 10 teachers at Whitell High School. Assuming they make, let's say, 20,000 more compared to new teacher salaries, that only comes out to 200,000. So that's over $1 million in savings still. I also think it's worth thinking about that we have attrition that we will account for. I know of several teachers myself that are retiring from Whitell, so I don't think that the teacher salary difference would be that significant. But the most important thing is I'm saying I think a lot, as is everyone. We need to be completely open-minded until we actually have the numbers. So I would just encourage the board and the community, all stakeholders, to refrain from judgment or assumptions until we actually have the data. That goes with the transportation costs, with the building costs. Until we know those things, it's too soon to jump to any conclusion. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more online? Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maureen. I have 3 boys, all at Zephyr Cove Elementary. Yeah, and I just had some comments about consolidating the schools up at the lake. I know that I was at a big meeting, I guess when my oldest was probably about 3, so about 7 years ago when they had initially talked about this. And at that time, the feeling that I got is probably like at least half of the parents had decided to send their kids over to the California schools at that point. It seemed like they were cutting and cutting and cutting programs to the point where it just didn't make sense to send them. And I mean, honestly, I sent my oldest to TK on the California side, and yeah, as the enrollment went up at Zephyr Cove and Wattel because of the pandemic, and because everybody who had gone to the California side came right back over to the Nevada side, we started having, more of our programs in place, like the art and the music and sports came back. And it seems like we've had enrollment steadily increase or stabilize at least. And I just think, if consolidating those schools is on the table again, then you also have to consider the funding that would be lost to however many kids that would end up going to either the private school in Incline or over to the California public schools. And that's my only comment on that.
All right. Thank you very much. Any further public comment? Okay, then we will close public comment at this time. If you would answer that question about the Title I, that would be great. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
So Josh's question was if consolidating Scarcelli and CC would risk CC's Title I status. And the answer is no. We should be qualifying technically Scarcelli as a Title I school, and we opt to skip it. So CC is at 45.1% free and reduced lunch, and Scarcelli is 42.6%. And above 40 is the qualification line. So that wouldn't impact funding.
All right.
Next year, Scarcelli would, if they remain two separate schools, get a portion of that fund. So the current Title I schools would probably see a little less going forward as we choose to qualify the schools that we have previously skipped, which is GES and Scarcelli. But both are recipients of a fairly equitable distribution of Title I funds.
So there wouldn't be more Title I funds. They would just get more of the current Title I funds?
Depends. If they're two separate schools, CC would get less next year because some would go to Scarcelli, which we're currently skipping. If they're one site, they would probably get a similar distribution to what they receive now, because right now we're skipping Scarcelli.
One other thing we have to do is develop a Title I formula and then change our current allocations to make sure we're 100% compliant with federal regulations. So that's work that Ashley will work on second semester.
Ms. Miller?
Based on public comment, could we look at what moving our secondaries to a 4-day school week would look like with a cost savings? I don't know if we asked that at the November 13th meeting.
We did.
I think we did. So I don't know if that's already on your list to look at.
It's on the list. It's just
You have
not-
other things that
Yes.
just been a lot.
Correct.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure that that was still on your list.
Yep, it is.
Thank you.
I think it's important for our community to know that no decision has been made. So the rumors that are going around that we're closing schools, that we've made decisions. I've heard that we're closing schools as of January, and none of those decisions are true. And so I think it's important for our community to know that we take this very seriously. These are big decisions that we have to make, and we don't want to be hastily making them. And so Mr. Alvarado and our directors are working really hard at getting us board members the information that we need so that we can make the best possible decision for our students, for our staff members, for our community members. So I hope that you will be patient as we work through this and know that we really do care about what's happening. So, all right. And with that, I think we will adjourn our meeting. Meeting adjourned.